What's good, y'all? My name is Wanzen Darius, and I want to welcome you guys to, well, hopefully something goes off with this. Pretty much just a chill chat stream and whatnot. Well, a game and chat stream. Just get a few things going. See how well stuff go off.
So it's into the void now, me girls and me boys.
Hello,
from
hello.
mother's
Yo.
hands we go.
Yeah. So, what would you, what are you gonna be playing tonight?
I was playing Warframe.
Okay, bet. What do you play on?
I play on Xbox.
Okay. Yeah, I'm a PlayStation PC guy, but I need to get a new. Yeah, I need to get a new PC so that I can do more stuff from there.
Yeah.
Um, so, like, what kind of games do you normally play? Is Warframe like your main, or?
Warframe is really my main, which I like to play. Yeah, I like playing that pretty much a whole lot because there's a lot you can do in the game.
For sure, for sure. I'm very familiar.
Yeah, you're not. Yeah, at least in the game you can think of. You can pretty much do whatever you want and stuff. I mean, I pretty much mastered every single frame in the game. Yeah, right now it's just me. I'm trying to get well, a new frame came out and another one is being released later on in the month, on the 27th, called Gyre. So I was trying. Well, right now I was trying to farm to get Garuda since she's the newest Prime frame that came out.
Right.
Yeah.
I have several friends who've been playing Warframe for years. I think I'm at mastery like 12, but that's primarily because I'm an avid fan of bows, and so most games that have bows, it's like honestly, I've mastered maybe 2 other weapons besides all of the bows that are available.
Yeah.
And that's like melee weapons. On the other hand, I'm a fist and dual sword guy. So
you like using those?
yeah. And so that's where my mastery rank is only capped by personal. Well, it's not even really capped. It's where it is because of personal choice. I understand the structure of like how they intended to do everything.
Yeah.
But and I do enjoy Warframe. It's just I started with Destiny. But honestly, I played Warframe during Alpha, just before Destiny dropped, but my computer couldn't handle it. So I gave it some time, and then when they did their console release, I stepped over into it, and it is way more robust than Destiny. I do like it, but honestly, I played the game for like 3 years before I ever really fully understood that there was a story, if that makes sense.
Yeah, there is actually a despite this being an anything that you want to do type of game, it is deep in story. I mean, you won't get a whole lot of it when you first start playing, but once you start understanding everything inside the game, everything just makes sense.
Right.
And that's why I actually like the game. You don't need to have a deep knowledge of the game, but once you get past just the basic parts of it, once you dig deep into the game, I mean, because like you, I played since this game first was announced. This was my hold off game until the original Destiny came out, and I started playing this more and more.
Yeah, because like honestly, comparing the two systems, Destiny is so mundane by comparison. Like the only thing that really keeps me coming back to Destiny is one, the hope that Bungie will get its shit together, and two, I really do enjoy the hunter. Like that, I am a hunter main. I've touched Warlock and Titan for like maybe a day each, you know,
Yeah.
and like
Yeah,
in D2, I haven't touched them at all. Like I am just pure hunter, and you know, like yes, there is aggravation from being a hunter, but at the same time, I couldn't, I can't get behind the maneuverability
yeah.
or lack thereof for Titans and Warlocks.
Yeah, I understand completely. I main Hunter since the first Destiny. I honestly couldn't play as any other, I mean, and the funny thing is I always play Warlocks. I mean, I always play, Mage class.
Casters, right.
Yeah, casters all the time. That's actually the first time I never even wanted to touch a mage class in any game. And that's one of my favorite classes to play.
Right, and it's because, and I feel like that is a huge detriment to the Destiny community, because like the way that Bungie approaches things and the way that and what they keep saying in all of their press about how the game works, they want the pursuit and the community, they want the community pursuit to be about the guns as opposed to the Guardians themselves. And to me, that is such an oversight, because you have this system, you have this setting that has space magic, and everybody is playing what amounts to a lich. You know, I don't know how familiar you are with that type of stuff, but a lich is a extremely powerful mage who placed part of their soul into an object, and so long as that object remains intact, that caster cannot die. Like, they can be defeated, but their body will always reconstitute itself. So all guardians are liches. They do not understand that they're liches, and they have an allegiance to something that has no allegiance to anything at all. But by preventing your player base from exploring the magic that is at their fingertips, it's dumb. It's
absolutely. That's the one thing I thought that Destiny lacked, was pretty much an actual deeper understanding of how your characters can, evolve over time. Because I felt like they shoehorned in a story mode on 2 just to give it, more life. But to me, it felt like it was, it felt like a miss to me. Like, I mean, I understood they wanted to, actually bring more lore behind why we do what we do, and because the guy took our power and we had to fight to get it back. Yeah.
But the way that they brought it back was so stupid. Like, so you were a Destiny 1 guy. I was a Destiny 1 guy too. Like, I was a day 1 beta guy. I'm Forever 29 club because I couldn't get matchmaking to finish a raid to save my life. And so going from Destiny 1 to Destiny 2, I honestly played the main campaign and then didn't touch it again until Forsaken dropped. And that was because the way that they changed everything, you go from having this completely customizable subclass to having these clusters of nodes. And it's like, what? How do you make the second version of a game and it is more limited than the first? Aren't we supposed to be improving? Like, they scrapped everything and started fresh.
Yeah, they were trying to reinvent the whole thing all over again.
Right, and like from a developmental standpoint, from a business standpoint, I can kind of understand it, because like, I don't know if you've seen Free Guy.
Oh, I've seen it.
No, we was talking about Destiny.
Oh, okay. I'm love Microsoft trouble, and I think I heard someone say something about you can be defeated, but their body will reconstitute. I was like, and then my memory was fucked up, and so I was like, what's going on?
The lich that everybody like without knowing much about magic. Anybody who has seen Harry Potter, Voldemort is a lich. That is why
Life support
he
activated.
can't die. His Horcruxes are phylacteries. Like he segmented his soul 7 times, and that is why nobody could figure out how to kill him, because technically speaking, you hadn't destroyed his soul stone. You literally could not do it.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, he literally separated his soul into 7 parts, and he infused it into different points. One of them was the
his
snake.
snake.
Yeah.
And so that was why, that's why, like, books 5, 6, and 7 was about finding these Horcruxes so that we could kill Voldemort, because once his soul had been basically forced back into his mortal body, he could die. And that's what a ghost is. A ghost is a sentient Horcrux. That's for the Harry Potter fans out there.
Yeah.
That's what a ghost is. It is a sentient Horcrux. Guardians are essentially mages. It's just that they have specific ways that they use their magic, because the light is just magic. The light and the dark is just magic. That's all it is. Like there is no scientific explanation for it, because there is none.
Yeah, absolutely. You just know how to use it, and that's it.
Right. And I don't know if you remember, like, when they introduced the 3 new subclasses in Taken King during Destiny 1, but they explained to you, like, in each of those missions where you're getting the Stormcaller and the Sunbreaker and the Night Stalker, that there are orders that exist that have specific techniques that they teach Guardians who pledge allegiance to them or who work with them. But we never see any of these factions. We don't hear nothing about these factions. And when they released Destiny 2, the only factions that we heard about were non-Guardian factions. Like, the only ones that we see around the tower are non-Guardian factions. I feel like, Destiny could learn a lot from other games that are in its industry, or that are in its genre. Because Division 2 was not like it is now when it first released. They basically completely restructured this game because they realized that they had messed up, shifting in their attempt to upgrade, and they made adjustments, and they opened up the game, and Bungie could do that. They really could, very easily, and the community has provided several dozen ways that they could do that, but it would take more effort than the team is willing to implement, even though they have 600 developers on payroll, 600 developers on staff. It would not take much to restructure the game, because like, honestly, the powers are not new. We're not asking you to and by breaking it down, by separating the abilities, you give you make it easier for yourself to make new things. Because the community's primary concern has always been, or rather the developer's primary concern has always been, game balance, whereas the community's concern has always been justification for the grind.
Yeah. I understand that completely.
Like, if you give us the ability to completely customize our powers, to improve the powers that we need, to build on the synergy that we have with our weapons, to invest our light into our weapons, to make our weapons our own, then people would willingly and more emphatically run these game modes into the ground, because you're attaching drop rates, components to these activities, as opposed to random roll weapons. And I wrote an article, or rather a post, back during the first year of Destiny 1, when I was, considering myself to be like you know, the not necessarily the top tier, but like basically like a skilled gamer giving insight to the new like to people that are new to gaming and people that you know just got into first person shooters because of Destiny or got into RPGs because of Destiny, but the RPG elements of this looter shooter RPG were not really present, and so I kind of fell off because it felt, you know, mundane as opposed to as robust, like the robustness that I was expecting and the robustness that they had preached to us was coming, you know. And again, being that I'm a developer myself, like I'm more of a tabletop at this point because it's easier to develop for tabletop than it is to you know, to program at this stage. You know, I've been playing D&D for 16 years, so and I've been homebrewing for like 12 of those years.
So you have a good idea.
Right, you know, like game balance is something that I live for that shit, or rather, high-powered game balance is what I live for. That is my bread and butter, and you know, like putting power in the hands of players has been like my primary motivation for starting my studio, you know, because it's like so often in D&D, or you know, like the horror stories that you hear whenever somebody talks to you about D&D is like, oh, my DM, you know, he murdered the whole party for X, Y, and Z, or he did this dumb thing that I didn't think was justified, or you know, it comes across as, you know, the table versus the DM, and that's not how it should be. That's not, at least as far as I, you know, feel about it. My feelings on it, you know, the DM is supposed to be weaving a story that is driven by the players. And if the DM is constantly building encounters that are designed to kill you, you know, and it, right, because it's you know, you got to go through a dungeon, and you're going through a dungeon for 9-10 hours across 2 weeks, and every fight leaves somebody on the brink of death. It's like, this is not fun. This is extremely desperate, and that is disruptive to me in terms of, like, you know,
it's like
the enjoyment factor.
Yeah.
Right. And you know,
if you're just being overpowered for the sake of being overpowered, not necessarily like enriching the overall game. What's up?
Right. You know, and that's one of the things that I feel like Bungie is leaning really hard into, you know, because with this most recent expansion, they actually, and they even admitted that they made the top tier activity Grandmasters, they made Grandmasters intentionally harder this season, even though only about 12% of the player base completes Grandmasters, well, even plays Grandmasters. They made the new raid harder, even though only 9% of the player base has ever completed a raid. You've got millions of people playing your game, and you've placed content in a specific activity that you know only 9% of your player base has ever played, has ever even attempted, because your system does not really
That's it.
lend
Open
itself
the relic.
to
Finish your mission and we'll take a look
individual
inside.
or to soloing activities. Why do you continue to make these things increasingly more difficult if you know that it's only ever going to reach 10,000 hands, 15,000 hands?
See, at that point, like, I usually start questioning if they're actually just taking a look at their data and also actively listening to their community. Because even when you put it like that, if only 9% of your player base is it's not to say that it's like what's the point in doing anything for the raid, but that if you are
The
gonna
raid
put
should
in-
not have priority.
yeah, like if you're gonna put in resources for the raid, then those resources should come off the back of the
Right.
not
Yeah, absolutely.
Exactly, because they have Grandmaster Nightfalls are the only way that you can get adept weapons and artificer armor. Artificer armor has an extra mod slot. Okay, so and Grandmasters are in largely the boat boat as raids are. Like there's slightly higher engagement. It's like 20% of the player base as opposed to 9, but still. That's a fifth of your players that have this and a lot of them don't even do them in their own clans. They're getting carried by people who are running streams because they just run these activities into the ground. Like it doesn't matter who their team is, they just need somebody there to prevent them from wiping or getting kicked to orbit. And at that point, you should be taking that cue. Like you should be paying attention to your player base, because that is the reason why you have a job in the first place. That is the reason why you're making money at all. And so by alienating that 80%, 90% of your player base because you want to appeal to the people who are vocal about things being not interesting or too easy, it's like where does that leave the rest of your community? It leaves them in the dark. It leaves them just running around doing mundane stuff, not really knowing how to play your game. Like, I can't tell you how many times I've queued or I've match made with somebody or done an LFG and gone through an activity with someone that doesn't understand how the stats on the armor work or how to best affect the efficiency of their character or whatever class they're playing. I've had to explain to people what the key stats are for hunters, titans, and warlocks. Even though I'm just a hunter, I know how all of the classes work. I know all of them. I've never played a warlock. I've never played a titan, but I know how they work because I've played with enough people that plays those classes. That is not that difficult. And if somebody who has never touched a class can tell you how to improve that class, that tells you that your game is too simple. Your game is way too simple.
Absolutely.
And
I think it's better if you have personal customization options instead of. Well, here's the main problem I had with Destiny, and my main problem is that you can only have one exotic, which is dumb to me because
it's stupid.
Yeah, because personally, I would play Division before I even touch Destiny again, and the primary reason is because they got high-end gear sets and they got actual name brand gear sets. Stuff like that is why I play the game, because it helps me customize my gear. I'm not limited to one of each type of gear. Like, you're limited to one piece of exotic weaponry, and you only have a one piece. You're limited to one piece of
exotic armor.
Yeah, exactly. I couldn't. That one reason alone.
I can't justify it.
Yeah, that one reason alone is why I will not touch Destiny. I won't touch it. You couldn't even.
Just to let you know, Soul, I ran out of ammo on my AR, so I'm just using a shotgun right now.
You're good. I got my drone on you. You good?
Please return covered in blood.
But yeah, like speaking on the Division, like the stat customization is a lot deeper too, and I was saying this to Ace the other day when we were playing. The only reason why the Division is not as big as Destiny is because we're not in space. Like, the lore of it doesn't make as much sense. I understand that we are super soldiers, but we're not fighting super soldiers. We're fighting regular people, and you're telling me that regular people have access to enough armor that it takes us soaking them with bullets to make any kind of progress. That does not make as much sense as a magic that we don't understand, or a religion that offers power for specific like for completing rituals and stuff. You know, like the explanation is stronger in Destiny, but the mechanics are stronger in the Division. And because these games came out a year apart, that Division came out a year after Destiny, there really is no reason why Bungie could not look toward the Division as really its only other like true competitor for ways to improve. I mean, because like Warframe, yes, is a similar vein, but it's not a looter. It's an open world RPG. Like it's an open system RPG.
Yeah.
And so, you know, it's not quite the same because, you know, you have targeted activities. And the Division took a page, in Division 2, they took a page from Warframe. Each activity tells you specifically what you can get from it before you even queue for it. So if you want a specific AR, you want a specific set of gear, you want a specific set bonus, look at the activity before you go into it. It'll tell, and they change daily. Some of them change hourly. So, you know, by comparison, you have daily reset in Destiny, but the daily reset is just it's just the reset. It's just when the bounties tick over, you know.
Absolutely,
and the weekly reset just says, oh yeah, now you can get more super rare gear. Like now you're guaranteed to get more gear that's going to progress your character. And you know, Bungie like Destiny stepping away from a leveling system in favor of armor score. That was a mistake.
it pretty much made levels and, you know, gear score irrelevant.
Right, because, you know, with gear score you now have power creep to deal with, and that is what the, you know, because when we started playing Destiny back on Destiny 1,
This will take a moment.
we did not have 4-digit numbers related to anything. We didn't have 4-digit numbers related to anything. We were level 30, or rather level 29, level 20, and then you made your way to level 30 by doing high-end activities. That was it. We come into Destiny 2, and we now have armor score. You have your power level, which is determined by your armor score. Not your accomplishments, not any of the charms or trophies that you complete. No, it's purely based off of RNG. It is purely based off of
Continue to defend.
a random number generator attached to an activity that does not make sense. It does not warrant. You know, there is no way to target loot.
Yeah.
Right. There's no way to target.
Yeah.
There's no way to you can get planetary materials. You can get upgrade materials regardless of what activity you're doing. But in terms of the gear that you're getting, you know, Nightfalls have a rotation.
Area complete.
You know,
Bond.
different
This will only get more
activities
difficult.
have certain
Get to
loot
a
that they will
terminal
drop if
and
it's
prepare
in a
for enemy
certain state.
resistance.
Like Nightfalls, different strikes have different loot that they will drop during their Nightfall, but they do not have strike-specific loot just in general, you know. And that's a
Terminal spotted.
step
Upload me
back
and
from
prepare to defend.
how things functioned in Destiny 1 as well, because, you know, at the
I'm
end of
in,
Destiny
Tenno.
1, just before we switched over to
This will
Destiny
take
2,
a moment.
you had the gunsmith packages, where you could test out a weapon and then, you know, get a
That's
specified
it.
role
You
at
open
the
the
next
weapon.
weekly reset for
Finish your
completing
mission and we'll take
a
a look
test for
inside.
Banshee, for testing out a gun for Banshee. They took that out. They had the Sparrow Racing League, which was just something that was fun to do, you know, and they took that out. At the end of every activity, they had the results screen, and yes, it was still random, but it showed you what you got when you completed an activity and what everybody else got when they completed that activity.
Still
And
working
yet,
on it.
it was
Continue
fucking
to
dumb
defend.
that you could have somebody who carried an activity and got nothing alongside somebody who really fed the enemy team the entire time, and they keep getting exotic out of the activity because it's completely random. That's stupid. That is very poor game design. You know, there's no incentive to continue to beat your head against the wall if you're not guaranteed to get that user point. That is an effort in futility. That is what amounts to insanity. Doing the same thing over and over, expecting a different result, and yeah, you can sometimes get something a little bit different, but it's not necessarily going to be something that you're going to care about. You know, amount of loot is not
Location
worth.
reached.
Like amount of loot
Drop me
is
in
not
and defend my
better
position.
than quality.
I know,
And
This will take a moment.
because everybody loved Halo.
They come to
Everybody
this
loves
place
Halo. Halo
when they know they are not
got a lot of people into first-person shooters, got a lot of people into video games in general. And it is because of that pedigree that Bungie
Did
has
I
been
not
able to
tell of this
basically
day? Did I
half-ass
not prophesy
Destiny this entire time.
moment?
You know, like this, I've regularly said that Destiny and Destiny 2 have been a 10-year beta test. And with them because, you know, because like they're making these very marginal, very tiny baby steps improvements on this system that they know they could improve, that people have been begging for specific improvements for the longest time, and they're just not giving them to us. Well, we hear the community, we hear you guys loud and clear. Do you know? Do you hear the community? Because the community's been asking for a better reward system than this RNG, for a use for all of the materials that you have us gather. And, you know, instead
Still
of
working on it.
making those
Continue to defend.
materials that we have stockpiled over the years relevant again, or
Mission
useful
complete.
again, they're scrapping and depreciating them in favor of new stuff that we all have to grind to build up our reserves for. And they put arbitrary caps on stuff so that we have to keep going back to these activities. Like, they just introduced weapon crafting with the Witch Queen expansion. And the only way to get the components that you need to craft weapons is by using what they refer to as deep sight weapons. And it is a weapon that drops with a red border instead of a white one. And you have to attune to it in order to extract materials from it so that you can use those to craft other things. So, you know, and like I was saying earlier, I am a bow. They did give us 2 bows with this crafting system. But the amount of resources that you get from a deep sight weapon, you need to complete 10 of them in order to craft a single weapon with a good perk. Okay, so like a high-end perk on a crafted weapon takes 2,000 materials. Each time you attune a deep sight weapon, you get 200 of these materials. So you just got people picking up like praying for these deep sight weapons so that they can go and take them and attune to them, and like it is a unnecessary, an unnecessarily convoluted process, and
It even sounds convoluted.
Like, honestly,
it is.
this sounds like to do something as simple as crafting in a game. Too much. Entirely
Yeah.
too much. I'm tired
I agree.
already just hearing.
Right, and you know, like I was super excited when they were like, yeah, we're gonna have crafting in the game. Like, great, that's perfect. I've been waiting for this. I literally.
Then we'll be sleeping in the cold below.
Oh, the
Sisters
target.
below.
Yeah, I think he's.
Yes, we're all
I gotta take care of something real quick. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Alright, there's something I gotta take care of, guys, real quick. I'll be right back.
There's a living to be made, or there's hell to pay when you're sleeping in the cold below. Sisters below, we're going where the winds don't blow. Yes, we're all bound down to the deep, and we'll all be sleeping in the cold below, sleeping in the cold below.
Roger. Were you visualizing a bloody battle?
Me too.
He can kick you or console you when you're sleeping in the cold below. Sisters below, below, we're going where the winds don't blow. Yes, we're all bound down to the deep, and we'll all be sleeping in the cold below, below, sleeping in the cold below. Oh, sisters, you so wise and true. When it's my time to go, won't you lay me down under granum crowns, and I'll be sleeping in the cold below, below, sleeping in the cold below. Sisters below, below, we're going where the winds don't blow. Yes, we're all bound down to the deep, and we'll all be sleeping in the cold. Sisters below, below, we're going where the winds don't blow. Yes, we're all bound down to the deep, and we'll all be sleeping in the cold below, below, sleeping in the cold below, below, sleeping in the cold below. Today we sail on the solar rail, for there's much we just don't know. So farewell with a kiss, then it's fast for the mist, till we're all sleeping in the cold.
Yeah, I had to take care of something real quick.
Friday is the most heavily trafficked day in the world.
All right, I'm back.
And, you know, the incubation period was a week long. So, you know, look at take into consideration how quickly COVID spread. And COVID only has a 2% infection rate. Green flu had a 50% infection rate. And it was, if you got it, you was gonna die. You got it, you gonna die. There are some people who are naturally immune, and there are some people who just didn't partake in the Black Friday festivities, and so they were relatively safe. That's so long as they didn't associate with anybody that, you know, got infected during those first 2 weeks, because as soon as the first person started showing symptoms, it was already too late for anybody to do anything, you know. And so like Keener, the guy that made the fucking virus, he wasn't even immune to it. He contracted it and he died in fucking New York. So, you know, the man who started all this shit, he ain't even here to see his destruction. It was very specifically, there are too many people on the planet. There are too many people on the planet, and we are killing Earth. We're killing Earth. So I made this disease. I literally engineered and 3D printed a virus that was deadly enough to reduce the population in an attempt to save the planet. Like right. This man did Thanos on, you know, on a planetary scale, and he did it the right way. Like, I'm a
right
collection
way,
of soldiers.
Right way, sure, but the more
It's horrible.
fun way, Thanos.
Yeah.
What's the fun of killing half of the population of the universe? Can't fight a few people along the way.
Yeah, and like, as with the the way that they handled Infinity War and Endgame made Thanos out to be so much dumber than he actually is. Because, like, Thanos is a whole ass genius. Something that people do not understand is that in the comics, the Infinity Stones were held by the six, were basically held by the six people who best embodied the traits of those stones. And Thanos vested every last one of them to collect the stones by himself. He didn't have the Cull Obsidian go and attack some people and find out where stuff was and how to get it. No, he went to the fastest man in the universe and tricked him out of the space stone. He went to the strongest man in the universe and beat the Power Stone out of him. He beat the wielder of the Power Stone in straight combat. Just beat his ass.
Damn.
Fought him to a fucking standstill and pissed him off so much that he destroyed the planet that they were standing on. And because he could not maneuver through space and Thanos could, he just took the stone from him. Like, Thanos is...
It's still funnier than when, honestly, like, he did this extinction plan originally just to impress Death.
Right. That was the reason why he did it originally. To impress Mistress Death. Not to save the galaxy or save the universe. No. He did not care about the universe.
Yeah,
very specifically.
Yeah, basically the power of boners made him do it.
Right.
The power of boners is strong. I mean, look at Anakin. The power of boners is strong.
Very strong. Like, Thanos is a deviant titan. So, or rather, a deviant Eternal. Okay, so the Eternals were made to be perfect, and deviants were made to be super powerful. The Eternals movie, the cinematic universe just
worst MCU
so
ever.
much.
Worst
Like,
MCU movie fucking ever.
Yeah. Because the deviants are not that. That is not what the deviants are. That's not what they, no.
Actually,
Deviants are,
on that, just because this has been in the news, have y'all been hearing all the stuff coming out about Disney and their not so secret agenda?
No. What? Tell me what you're referring to first, and I'll tell you if I've heard it before.
There was a few, I think, like Disney executive meetings like came out. Basically, like some of them, like one like high exec basically saying, basically like any like quote unquote queer material that they could put in any Disney material, that they were doing that. And then apparently that's pissed off a lot of people because from some side's perspective, they see it as Disney trying to indoctrinate kids. Kids seem to be at the center of this entire discussion.
Yeah, Republicans. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I was laughing at all this.
Not everything is about corrupting children. Like, it's very specifically about inclusion. There are a lot of people out here in the world who do not feel represented by their medium, by any of their interests. Like you know, Ketanji Brown Jackson. She is the first Black female Supreme Court justice ever.
Yeah.
And you know, her entire confirmation hearing was about BLM and CRT and how she, like, not about her qualifications, not about any of the reasons why she was actually there. They were trying to find some way that they could justify denying her this seat, even though she is the single most qualified judge of all of the Supreme Court justices to be on the Supreme Court.
That's just kind of, I've just been getting tired of, like, I just want people to fucking live. Everyone's got to be called out for everything.
Right.
Now, on the subject of inclusion, because I kind of got in this discussion with a friend after I saw the Batman movie. Because now I said one thing. Well, I didn't think it took away from the movie. The race change of Gordon was a little bit shocking for me because I didn't know that was a thing. And I was like, not that I don't appreciate it, but I don't want to see things that are already established in essentially white media change to be black to pander to me. I would rather you bring in a whole new commissioner who happens to be black, but
as opposed to making Gordon black, because Gordon has always been a white man.
Yeah, and it's literally just like, look, I'm sorry. The image of Gordon is a white man with white grayish hair, a fucking old dad mustache, and a cigar in his mouth. I'm sorry.
Right.
He's not black.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
He's not, never has been, and I hope he never will be in the comics. Now, and honestly, now him being who they got for Gordon, cool.
Oh yeah, no.
You know.
And I have to say, like, it had nothing to do with the actor himself. But it's still like, I've seen this so many times. I've seen this so many times. Like, give me just an original character, but also like, and this just with everything. I'm tired of this identity politics kind of defining characters. Like, to even the same token, like, give me any character. You could have take Batman. Take all the qualities of Batman, put them in any other type of human being that's not a straight white male, but don't let the new identity of said Batman be the focus of Batman.
Right. You know, because actually in Future State in the comics, they did their they're preparing for, I guess, like a time skip for the entire universe, and so they did several issues of an event called Future State where they gave a preview of where things are headed, and because of Joker Endgame, Bruce was outed as Batman, and he actually had to give up all of his shares at Wayne Tech, at Wayne Enterprises, to Lucius. So Lucius Fox now has all of Bruce Wayne's wealth, and Bruce Wayne is back to, you know, being a detective and, you know, having to manage his resources effectively because everybody knows he's fucking Batman, you know. And in his stead, Lucius's son is taking up the new mantle of Batman, and you know, no, not Batwing. No, that's a South American guy actually. But Future State Batman is actually Lucius Fox's second son, because his first son and him and his first son are estranged, but his second son took up the new mantle, and he's a lot closer. Like, he's working with Gotham PD. You know, like he's not an outlaw. He you know, he's not a vigilante. He is just the new face of Batman. He's the new mantle of Batman. And it was primarily because, you know, nobody trusts the Bat family, because the Joker has been allowed to run rampant and do all kinds of horrible shit for several decades, and Batman just will not fucking kill him. Just won't kill him. It's like, I won't cross that line because I don't know if I can come back. You a lie,
dude?
Yeah,
bro. Like,
yeah, absolutely.
That's what I'm like, dude. Joker is literally just Batman after killing. That's it.
Right.
You're already at that point.
Mm-hmm. You will
was it that-
hospitalize someone and not pay for their medical bills because they were selling a dime bag, but you won't kill nobody. Okay, you've basically killed him. You will leave people for
you will leave people for dead. You will threaten someone with outing them to their mob boss, who you know will kill them for consorting with the Bat or police officers or anything of that nature, and because you didn't pull the trigger, it's all okay. Bro, if you don't get the fuck out my face with that shit.
like
Yeah.
Bruce, honest, Wait, $43 posted to my account. What the hell? I'll check that in a second. Yeah, but like Bruce honestly creates like he causes more problems. And that's why I'm like I fully am confident in like he's not a hero. He is 100% not a hero.
He is an
Like-
anti-villain. He is an anti-villain. Like the title that they have bestowed upon Harley Quinn is the one that Batman has always deserved, because he does not acknowledge any government's power.
Yo, what's good, yo?
Yo.
Yo, what's good,
Yo, yo,
Jabari?
But it's like why is it that it's wrong to kill someone when governments do it, police officers do it when they have to, but you will never ever cross that line. You have made contingency plans for how to kill literally everyone in the universe.
Including the Justice League.
Like, every person that you know that has a superpower, you have a way, you have planned out how you intend to kill that person if they go too far, but you won't kill anybody. So is there ever a point that any of your contingency plans are actually worth enacting? Like, you have a way to kill Superman, the Flash, Wonder Woman, like, literally everyone, but you haven't decided to kill the Joker yet. The Joker killed your second Robin, shot Batgirl in the spine.
Paralyzed her from the waist down.
Right, paralyzed her.
Has kidnapped
Alfred
and
on several occasions.
and mutilated the man.
He has poisoned mayors. He has killed hundreds of thousands of people. Every time you capture him, he goes to Arkham. He escapes from Arkham. He kills another 2,000 people. Like, just a random number of murders, just a slew of murders, mass murders, before you catch him again, just to put him back in Arkham. Like, you do realize that by not killing him, you are responsible for every person that he's ever killed since you incarcerated him the first time?
Actually, Jabari got a question. They was asking, didn't in one film Batman said that he didn't acknowledge himself as a hero?
That was Dark Knight.
Dark Knight?
The Nolan films, yeah.
Yeah.
The Nolan films. Because in the Nolan films, he never wanted to be a hero. Like, and that's why the whole, Harvey Dent, Two-Face, the hero that everybody deserves.
Yeah.
Line, that's why that happened. That's where that comes from, because and that's why between Dark Knight and Rises, Bruce retired. He retired because, one, I am not supposed to be the savior. I am not the savior of this city. I am just the person who gets the most corrupt people off of the streets. I do what the police can't do, or what the law prevents them from doing. And since the law does not prevent them, since the law does not prevent them from killing people, the law only prevents them from pursuing people preemptively. All I'm gonna do is pursue people preemptively. That's it. I'm gonna pursue them preemptively and then hand them over to the authorities, because apparently that does something. Never mind the fact that I have literally I've handed these people over to the authorities, each of my rogues over to the authorities at least a dozen times, and they constantly are either being let out on good behavior or escaping from the place that I incarcerated them in. So at a certain point, the question then becomes, how...
Oh, wait, the settlement, not the kid. Wait, this is the settlement. I thought they said Black Tusk. That's just one shot. It doesn't look shut down.
I think it's just stressed by the bank, because the bank has been invaded.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, so they've locked down the settlement, and the blockade is around the corner. But it's like Batman is not a hero. He's never been a hero. Nightwing is trying to be a hero. Batgirl is trying to be a hero. Red Robin is trying to be a hero. Like, they are all significantly more heroic than Batman is. Red Hood is a straight up outlaw. He always has been. Always has been. Like, the man was, like, he became Robin because Batman caught him boosting the tires off of the Batmobile, which should be impossible to do, mind you. A 12-year-old kid managed to break into the Batmobile and get 3 of the 4 tires off before Batman stopped him. You remember the second Batman movie with the Penguin, Batman Returns or whatever?
Yeah.
Like, and those thugs tried to jack the Batmobile and all those defenses activated. That's what should have happened when Jason Todd, as a child, as an orphan thief, tried to boost the fucking tires. But
I would say
you
but that was probably still like early-ish within Batman's run before he got real technical with the Batmobile. So like I can excuse him for that. And then plus also you can also probably say just because we know that he missed Dick after he left, so
oh yeah,
he probably wasn't thinking fully straight, even when it comes to all his toys and shit. I said, honestly, all Batman really is the story of one man's refusal to go to therapy.
Right. Very, very much so. Because, like, at the end of the day, he's just a rich kid whose parents died whose parents died in front of him. That's it. That is his origin story. My parents were killed in front of me after a movie that I got scared during. We left the movie early, and that's the only reason we were in this alley. Because I got scared, and my fear got my parents killed. So now, I have a hard on for every bad guy in my city. I'm not trying to rehabilitate my city. I'm not trying to improve my city. I have the money to do that, but no, I would much rather just beat up random strangers on the street and feel like I'm doing good.
I actually
But also is kind of... go ahead.
I was saying that I actually seen a meme one time, and that there was it was a meme that had a bunch of the villains, but they had they had degrees, doctorates, PhDs, masters and stuff, and criminal psychology, stuff like that. And it said, basically what it was trying to say was, this is what happens when you live long enough to be the villain. Basically, that's what it was saying. Like Harley Quinn, she was a criminal psychologist or something like that along those lines, where she was where she was studying how the
serial
Joker.
killers.
She was actually studying. What's up, C? How's it going? And slowly she began to become attached to the Joker, and he pretty much took her under his wing, and then they started to be together and all that, and then he just ditched her.
He manipulated the fuck out of her. Like,
he
manipulated the fuck out of her.
Yeah, and he just ditched her. And she wasn't happy about that.
Multiple times.
Like, because very specifically, like, the Joker only cared about Harley so far as she understood how his mind worked.
Yeah.
Not that, he cared about her as a person. Not that he had any feelings for her. The only person that the Joker cares about is fucking Batman. Like, literally, this is the only person that he fucking cares about. And he only cares about him so far as their game of cat and mouse. Like, Joker knows who Bruce Wayne is. He will never touch Bruce Wayne. He will never even enter. He doesn't even acknowledge Bruce Wayne.
Do have a
Bruce Wayne went and visited the Joker in Arkham to try and get a rise out of him, and Joker wouldn't even turn around because he was not in uniform. He was not in costume.
When I was a kid, I always liked Superman. I mean, I still do like Superman.
That's really all it is.
Because he's actually one of my favorites, believe it or not.
That's why I say Injustice is just so funny, because all it is Superman and Batman go to war because they're basically because of their lovers kill each other.
Actually,
that's all Injustice is. It's a gay love story of Batman and Joker being ended by Superman. What the fuck is this?
And Jabari got a question for y'all guys. I know
What's up,
he
bro?
already asked me already because I told him that who's my favorite, DC villain or hero. I told him that, I like, Superman because, I liked him, growing up, and I like basically I just like to be the strongest guy in the room. Like, I just like to just go ham on just about anything. Like, if anybody tries something, nothing never works, stuff like that. But yeah.
So you said DC specifically?
Well, it could be DC, it could be Marvel, it could be pretty much anything, stuff like
okay.
that.
Oh
Like,
well, hold on. Let me take this first because I have my answer prepared. If
Yeah.
you're talking Marvel, it's Spider-Man all day.
Spider-Man.
Spider-Man for the win. Main reasons, really. I love the essence of Spider-Man as a character, just an overall helpful person who's actually trying to make his area a better place.
Yeah.
Misguided at times as he can be, but I also love just Spider-Man is a very wholesome hero.
Yeah.
Like, I literally just read a story like he spent a day with like a cancer patient, and just because he was just like, I wanted to be Spider-Man for a day. He's like,
Yeah.
this child is way braver than I could ever hope to be.
Yep.
And I just love that about Spider-Man at his core. And if you talk about DC, Flash, and just purely because
thanks for the
anybody who
sub.
can move at super speeds, like super speed has always been one of the best, coolest powers to me. And that's all this man does, but he does it in very dope ways.
Okay. So, for Marvel, it is Blue Marvel. Blue Marvel is a relatively obscure character. Ooh, what the shit? Boy, what are you doing? What is this thing? Like, how much? I'm on my way to you, bro. Just give me a second.
you want-
We're fighting a drone. We're fighting a drone.
Yeah, like I was.
But so Blue Marvel is technically speaking, he is the most powerful character in the Marvel universe.
Yeah.
Because he is powered by antimatter. So he is also the most intelligent person in the Marvel universe. He's smarter than Tony Stark. He is smarter than Tony. He is smarter than Reed. The man lives on the moon and regularly has conversations with Uatu the Watcher. Okay, like you don't get more badass than Blue Marvel. And then in DC, I would say it's my favorite mundane hero would be Red Hood because he is Batman perfected.
Batman.
Thanks,
Batman,
C.
yeah.
Much appreciated, man.
Yeah. Red Hood is Batman if he finally started killing people.
Batman perfected.
Yeah, he's basically Batman if he stopped giving a shit.
Like
Literally.
I said what I said. I said what I said.
That's why I love like the Red Hood movie. He's like, those are the heads of all your lieutenants. That took me 2 hours. You want to see what I can get done in a whole night?
Right, like
Damn.
That shit
Like-
was. He's like, please let me have some fun today.
Well, I've been doing good, C. Just been, doing my thing.
and
doing
then
more bits.
as far as powered superheroes, it's a tie between Black Lightning and Wonder Woman. Black Lightning because he is essentially Jesus. Like he has and regularly boasts his power over life and death. Like you cannot kill Black Lightning. For those of you who want to know what his power set is, it's very similar to Static Shock, but turned up. So, and Static is a whole problem on his own, like in his own right as well. Underutilized, underappreciated heroes, because like most of the Image comic characters are just OP as all fuck, but Virgil in particular is like all of the lightning people, all of the lightning users in DC Comics are powerful enough to handle the Justice League by themselves, and they have done it before. Like, there's a reason why Black Lightning is not on the Justice League, is because he has been considered too radical, and he also has children. He prioritizes being a dad over being a superhero. So once his daughters were born, he retired, and then they developed powers similar to his own, and so he picked the kit back up, or put the mask back on to protect his kids while they were learning to do their superhero thing. So Black Lightning is just an awesome dad that happens to have almost as much power, like arguably as much power as Superman, because everybody runs on electricity, and Black Lightning has the ability to manipulate the electrical currents that are produced by the brain. Okay, just he could stop your brain. He could just interrupt the signals that your brain is sending to the rest of your body and just make you paralyzed. Which thought.
The CW would never make him that cool.
Never. Like, and that's why I can't watch the Black Lightning show, because I know too much about that character to appreciate that shit show. Like, it's not even really that it's a shit show.
Oh no, I would have told you straight up you shouldn't watch it just because it's on the CW. And after sitting through Flash and Arrow, and I do mean sitting through them, I
sat through the first 4 seasons of Arrow, and I was like,
okay,
how much?
For Arrow, I think
How much of Batman?
Season 1, good. Season 2, really good. Season 3, bad. Season 4, utter garbage.
What are you doing?
Season 5, you're Season 1 again with a different wrapping, which is cool, but this is 3 seasons too late.
Right. And because I was questioning how many of Batman's villains are they going to give to Oliver?
Bro, it was so...
because they can't put Bruce on TV.
It was so fun. I was like, dude, this is not... Like, the Green Arrow is not Batman Jr.
He really is not.
Like, this dude is more Flash than anything, but why y'all have him as the broody, like...
You have failed this city.
What? That was the best part. That was the best. You have failed this city.
Like, and I applaud them for giving Oliver a body count, because that man has a body count. That, like, Oliver kills people. He kills people, but he does it with comedy. Like, it's lighthearted as fuck. Like, if you've ever read the Green Arrow comics, yes, he gets into some serious shit, but a lot of the stuff that he gets into is related to his training, the people that trained him, and like, Merlin is not a major villain for him. Like, yes, he is the a rival in archery, but Oliver don't deal with Merlin like that. Like, he really don't. He, like, Oliver mostly deals with run-of-the-mill thugs. Like, he does not have a dedicated gallop.
I appreciate you for stopping by, yo.
Hey, thanks for coming out, man.
He definitely said it in Justice League, like, I just look after the little guy.
Right. He keeps his city safe. And most big heads, like most supervillains are not targeting his city. So, in what they did with the whole Canary shit, like...
No, let's just not talk about it, because that was stupid. Just fucking stupid. There was no need to do that. The whole 4-way love triangle between Oliver, the Black Canary, her sister, and his best friend, like...
Right!
Yeah, it was too much. Like,
why is there all of this?
Like, is he pronounced alive and suddenly everybody just has emotional and relationship issues again?
Right.
Like,
it's like, oh, I thought you were dead. I thought you were dead. I thought you were dead. I thought you... Yeah, okay, so how long are we gonna play that I thought you were dead fiddle? Like...
Yeah.
Like, You killed my sister. No, I didn't kill your sister. Your
No,
sister
I
survived.
fucked-
Your sister.
No, I didn't kill your sister. I fucked your
I
sister.
fucked your
and
sister.
Then she just happened to die right after.
And
There's a
and then they revealed to us a couple seasons later, like literally a season later, not even a season later. In the first season, they revealed that her sister was not dead. She was not dead. She had just been trained to be a fucking assassin by the League of Assassins. Like, why the fuck is Oliver dealing with the League of Assassins? He's never even met these people before in the comics. Like, League of Assassins, very specific. Ra's al Ghul wants Roos, the detective.
The detective.
He was the detective to succeed him, not Oliver.
I appreciate
Oliver
that.
anyway.
See,
Not this. This child. This child
Right.
pretending to be a man.
And then Merlin being part of the League of Assassins. No,
That's so stupid.
no.
Everything.
Oliver
oh,
was.
Look, man, I would say that, and I definitely, because I was definitely like in college when I watched a lot of like Arrow, Flash, and a lot of them at first.
Mhm.
I feel being older now, I would need like a drink and a drinking game to get through most of those shows again.
Oh, agreed.
I could probably go back. I can say this. I could probably go back and rewatch season 2 of Arrow and Flash, because for some reason their season 2s were like top notch.
Solid. Yeah, they were.
Like, I didn't care that Deathstroke was a Batman / a Teen Titan villain. I ain't gonna lie, you put Deathstroke
They
in the
played
right
him
scenario,
right.
he can be anybody's villain. Batman
They did
was
him
ready.
supremely well. All the Mirakuru stuff, all that. Like,
I ain't gonna lie, I was even able to buy the Mirakuru shit. I was like, you know what? I'll take it. This is still a flimsy excuse for him to go evil, but I'll take it. Cause this man, I felt that the actor really liked people. He seemed like he was.
Oh,
happy
yeah.
with that.
oh yeah, that Manu Bennett is a beast, bro. Like,
I'm like, so can I get him as a personal trainer? And he just has to act
Please.
like Deathstroke during my workouts.
like, I would pay
oh
for
my
that.
God.
I would pay for that personal trainer. Like, it's just, you know. And then I watched Titans. Like, I'm in the 3rd season of Titans right now, and honestly,
How do you like it?
it's very good. It is very good.
Wow.
I don't like who they got for Jason. I do not like who they got for Jason Todd. Like, I don't.
Is the mask CGI? Because I saw a clip and I was like, that mask looks really CGI. But it's kind of hard to tell.
It as far as I can tell, it's not CGI. It's just a prop that doesn't really fit the aesthetic of the rest of the show, because the rest of the for Starfire, Beast Boy, Raven, and Superboy to be in that show, it is not nearly like the special effect budget is not. It's not there. It's not
The
there.
boys in the show? What?
Yes.
What
Yes,
is
they
Oh,
they bring
oh,
Connell, not Connell, but Connor. You know, the clone. They bring clone Superboy in, and you know, he's in there. They had Wonder Girl in the first season.
Donna Troy?
Yes, yeah, they had Donna Troy in the first season, but in the season finale,
Don't tell me they killed her.
in the literal dumbest fucking way possible, like, first off, first season, Aqualad is already dead.
What?
Aqualad is already dead when the first season starts. Aqualad is dead at the beginning of Titans. Okay. So we get Hawk and Dove. We get Hawk and Dove, which I'm kind of okay with. Like, it gives more people, you know, like on Dick's level to, you know, fill out the roster, but you know, and they wrote them really well, so that they're true to their characters. So I'm not too miffed about Hawk and Dove being present. But Trigon was first season, and
That's too much. Nah, that's not. You don't. Need
Trigon was first season. You remember how Teen Titans, the show, like at the end of season 2, or rather the end of season 3, was like, rather the second half of season 3 was them dealing with Trigon and Raven mastering herself. They had all of that is first season, and Raven doesn't even master herself before she defeats Trigon. It's just.
I hate it.
So I was
hate
like,
it.
that is not how this is supposed to happen, guys. How do you do this to?
I mean, I'll say this. I'll take. Honestly, I almost might take that Raven over Raven that ends up falling for Damian Wayne.
Yeah, cause
I'm sorry. That
don't make sense.
That don't go together. That just
It really
does
don't.
not go together.
You know, and I feel like they were trying to, you know, cash in on the Teen Titans nostalgia in that movie. But you know, because Dick is Nightwing and Dick has always been with Starfire, you know, they wanted to give Raven her own Robin.
Beast
but
Boy. No.
Right.
She's a fucking Beast Boy. We've settled this. He starts
Yes.
sleeping with Tara. Tara dies, and he goes to Raven.
Agreed.
We know how this works. Tara is such a tragic story.
Right.
And a creepy one too. Only with. Why is Deathstroke involved with the Titans so much? That's what I be wanting to know sometimes.
Money.
Like
The Hive has a. Okay, so firstly, Deathstroke has 2 kids, or has 3 kids.
I know one of them is named Jonah.
Yeah.
And
Yeah. Jericho. Jericho wanted to follow in his dad's footsteps because, you know, he hated it's not so much that he wanted to follow in his footsteps, but he wanted to become better than Deathstroke. So he took a contract from the Hive to take out the Teen Titans. Couldn't do it and ended up dying in the process. And this isn't Jericho. This is Jericho. So when Jericho died, the Hive contacted Deathstroke and was like, "Hey, the Titans killed your son. We'll hire you to bring them to us." And so Deathstroke was like, "All right, bet that won't be fucking hard, because I'm a super like I'm Captain America, and these are just regular fucking kids. Like, I'm Captain America as the most vicious, brutal mercenary in the entire world. Like, I used to read, like, they gave Deathstroke his own comic for like 14 issues, and when I tell you the body count in this man's issues, stupid. In 5 pages, this man killed a bar full of mercenaries, got into a car chase down the freeway, took out 3 armored vehicles and a helicopter without his suit.
Mm.
Okay, I need you to stop. I need you to stop shucking on this man. No way. Ain't no fucking way.
I'm serious. I'm fucking serious. He went to a bar to meet a client to get paid. The client decided that because Deathstroke was one of the most wanted people in America, and he's he's on pretty much every wanted list, he wasn't going to pay him, and he was going to take his head. And he had paid everybody in that bar to help him take down Deathstroke. So Deathstroke just killed everyone.
I hope they all said goodbye to their loved one at that time.
Wow.
I'm not, no, but look, I'm sorry, but like,
Deathstroke ain't no slouch.
If I live in the DC universe, at some level, if you've heard of Batman, like, everyone knows of Batman, I know everybody has heard somewhat of Deathstroke. So
Right.
if you telling me I know of Deathstroke, and I hired him for a job, and I plan to double cross him, dude, I deserve to die. I deserve to get capped.
Right. You deserve all that. Oh no. Reese, run away.
But I'm trying to fast travel.
Oh, you're good. You're good. You're good. You're good. I'm surviving. I'm surviving. All right. Minigun. Got him. Got him. Got him. Got him. He's down.
So I can probably do one more. Cause I can't even lie. I can't even eat my food. I'm so tired.
Wow.
I'm looking at 10 wings and fried rice, and I've only taken like 5 bites of rice, and I'm like, I really just want to go to sleep.
Hey, you know, it'd be like that sometimes, man.
Yeah.
Well, like I said, I've been up since 1
It's 2 o'clock
this morning. Oh yeah, that.
Insomnia, is a bitch.
Not even that. I just actually happen to be busy today. Actually,
They're behind you.
I met my niece today for the first time.
Oh, nice.
Really?
Congrats on that, bro.
Oh,
Same.
yeah, one of my best friends. They gave birth. Met my whole little niece. She's tiny and adorable, and apparently already got an attitude, and I love it.
It's amazing. My wife is due on Friday, so we're going into the hospital at 8 o'clock, and her C-section is scheduled for 10:30. So Mike, my first, like, if my second son is anything like my first son, this boy is going to be a fucking cakewalk. Like,
They say your second kid is usually easier because you know what you're doing now.
yeah, and my first son, one, his eyes were open before we left the hospital. We were in the hospital for 3 days. He had his eyes open maybe 12 hours after he was born. No, 6 hours after he was born, because, like, you know, we had to do an emergency C-section for him because my wife got stuck at 8 centimeters and she just couldn't push past that. So we had to do an emergency C-section, and fucking what? Where are you?
Oh, I gotta respawn again because literally, as you were respawning, a gold one stepped up to me, and as I killed him, he downed me.
I hate when that happens. I hate when that happens.
Wait, hold up. Did they just give me my state tax already? Wow.
Yeah, that happens sometimes.
Wow. Nah, see, they better give me my fucking federal taxes. Oh,
Federal should be in about a week.
I actually still have to get my federal check from 2 years ago because that was like $1,400 that I never got, and
My 2020 taxes were never processed. My 2020 taxes still have not been processed.
Okay, so it ain't just me then.
But see, because my 2020 taxes were never processed, I haven't gotten any of the tax credits for the kid, any of the child tax credits. I haven't gotten any of them. So it's like, yeah, and so the IRS is like, well, you know, once when your taxes are filed, like once we process your taxes, then, you know, we'll retroactive you the tax credit. All right, cool, bet. So once y'all process my 2020 taxes, you're just gonna tack on an extra $6K. Is that what you're gonna do? Because that's basically what you have to do at this point. But my first son, eyes were open at 6 hours. My daughter, on the other hand, her, you know, like we had to do the goop on the eyes to, you know, get her to adjust and everything else like that. She didn't open her eyes for a couple of days, but my my son, his eyes were open at 6 hours, and from his second week of birth, he gave himself a bedtime of 7 o'clock.
Wow.
And we'll. Like 7 o'clock, that boy is out. And he would sleep for 5 hours unless you got him a bottle before those 5 hours were up, in which case he would sleep straight through the night, 7 to 7. Every parent that I have ever told that, their immediate response is "fuck you."
I bet, because they're like, you telling me your brat was going to sleep himself and you was actually getting sleep?
Yes.
Well, I know.
Wow.
I know they're mad at you. Like, we were supposed to suffer together.
I have a nephew who's 6 weeks younger than my son, and he still don't really sleep straight through the night. Like and the first like 6 months, honestly, 6 months to a year, really the first year, like his parents and his sisters could not get sleep for shit because he would just cry incessantly for no other reason than to fucking cry, right? My son, he'll be 2 in May. I can count on both hands the number of times my son has actually fucking cried.
That's nice.
Like, and when he cries, he tries his best not to. Like, he tries to muffle his own tears. That's how grown my little dude is, bro. Like,
You got a little tough guy on your hands.
right, and he's getting to that point where he's getting conversational with his words. He still does the little gibberish in between the major, like, the key points of his conversation, or what he's trying to get across. But he will, if he wants you to understand what he's referring to, he will say specifically that thing, and whatever other words that he doesn't know that he's trying to get to point, like from point A to point B, is like, the mumbly gibberish stuff that you would normally hear from a baby. But the words that he wants you to understand, he says them shits clear as fucking day. Like, if it's about his bottle, if he's hungry, if he wants chips, if he wants candy, if he wants soda, if he wants and he'll also tell you if he don't want affection. You try to give him a hug and he don't want a hug, no. He'll literally shake it, like wave his hand at you, like wave you off and say no. That's like,
that is your son.
my dude is he is so pro. He is so pro. Like,
Wow.
that man, proud of him. I'm so fucking proud of him. And I am excited for Naeem to get here on Friday. Like, I just want to hold my little dude, get my skin to skin time, and just be dad, And
have you already had the talk with your first one, like that he's about to be an older brother?
Yep, and he is ready. He kisses his mom's belly every night before bed.
Yep. You've raised yourself a little Itachi.
Yeah, man. It's like, and I am so like, I love that comparison. I love that comparison because, like, my dude is, like, he came out of the womb knowing what the fuck was up. Like, just knowing. He just was just on board with everything.
Yeah.
Everything. And he's not selfish. We go, every time we go to the OB for my wife's checkups and stuff, the lady at the receptionist desk, he will have me take her up to the counter so that he can hand her his toy, just so that she can have it for a little bit, and won't ask for it back until she offers it.
Beautiful.
That's good. That's real good.
like he is concerned with like if my wife gasps, or if we sound like we're distressed, he will stop whatever he's doing to come and check on us to make sure we're okay. I'm like, dude, you're not even 2 yet. Just chill. Like, you don't have to be this attentive. It's amazing. I appreciate it. I love it. Don't lose it. But at the same time, you're little. Like, I'm supposed to be looking out for you. You don't need to sit with me to make sure that I go to sleep. I'm sitting with you so you go to sleep. Like, my little dude, man. I love that little boy. But yeah, like, I am my primary concern going to the hospital for the birth of my second son is having to leave Nas with my sister-in-law. you know, like granted, my mother-in-law is going to be down here as well, looking after him, but this is the first time that I will have spent more than that he will have spent more than a day away from both of us. And so, you know, like he's not a fussy kid even when he's not around us, but at the same time, he has had us with him every day of his life. He's been away from me for 3 days before when him and my wife went down to Florida with her sister and her mom. It was just a little girl trip for her big sister and her mom, and they just decided to bring her along because they wanted to spend time with my son. So, you know, he had issues going to sleep because he was looking for me, but once he realized that I was not there for bedtime, he was good to go. My wife had to do his affirmations in my stead, because like every night before bed I do affirmations with my son, just to, you know, build his sense of self and his confidence and his pride. You know, that is part of our routine, and everything that is part of the bedtime routine, if we miss even one part of the bedtime routine, he will refuse to sleep until that part is completed. You know, like we have a humidifier in our room, and every night before bed I fill up the basin, and you know, I turn it on. He has paid attention to what I do, and as soon as the basin is in place, he will press the button to turn it on and put it on the setting that we normally keep it on for sleep. And then he'll go over to his bed, like to his little corner of the bed, and he'll wait for me to go through my affirmations. And sometimes if he's really, really tired, you know, like he'll be like kind of trying to rush me through it, because the last part of the affirmation, before I say the last part of our affirmation, I kiss him on the forehead. And so he'll just like lean in trying to get me to do that last kiss so that I can say goodnight to him. It's like, bro, man, it's just, I'm sorry, I could gush about my kid for fucking ever, and I know it's not the point of.
Oh no, I was letting you guys there, but nah, man, I'm really happy for you there.
Same.
I just gotta dip off here, but I did want to let you finish. No, definitely. I'm guessing so. Darius or Zen, which do you prefer, or what is it?
Either or. Darius works best. I respond to it much better.
Bet. Well, Darius, it's been awesome being here with you. Soul again, appreciate even the reach out in the more division.
Always.
I will see y'all in here, and y'all have a good rest of your night.
You
For
too,
sure.
Joe.
We need to do this more often.
Yeah, we
Big
definitely
time.
do. It's a whole
I
lot
felt-
better.
Oh yeah, man, I
Right.
told you, like, I'm really trying to step out, you know, be a little bit social out here. And one of the first things is for me is get in Discords where none of my friends are, force myself.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But like I said, y'all enjoy. Speak to y'all soon. See y'all on the flip side.
All
All
right.
right, bro. Be safe and rest well.
Man.
Yeah, like, so we talked about Destiny. That kind of ran its course.
Yeah.
We did the Batman thing. It ran its course, and I hijacked it talking about my kid.
Yeah, I honestly didn't mind, because I know we all got different things going on, and we all can't help ourselves.
Like, I am long-winded as all hell. So
Yeah.
in the future, when we do this again, if I'm talking for too long, you can cut me off. Just a Rez, a Mirak, a Solsim, whatever you choose, bro. You're
Yeah.
running a little too long.
Yeah.
Breathe, bruh.
Yeah, I already know. I'm always happy to lend an ear, because I know a lot of people don't have nothing like that. So I'm always all for it.
I appreciate that, man. Cause like honestly, you know, I've been streaming off and on for like
Yeah.
the last 2 years, really. And whenever I go live, it's whenever I go live, I'm primarily by myself.
Yeah.
Like, you know, and it's like I'm just in here talking, not really talking to myself, but just doing my thing, trying to be a bit
Yeah.
more animated to incentivize people to stick around.
Yeah.
You know, I engage with my chat in as often as I can if somebody does happen to show up for whatever reason. But without having a network, streaming is
Yeah.
is
Yeah.
it's
It's a struggle. It's a whole
Right.
thing. I know exactly what that was like, because I know I've been off and on with this for a bit. I've been doing, you know, Twitch for a while, but I was always under the impression that, you know, to get far you need to know people and stuff like that, and it kind of incentivized, you know, doing what we do right now.
right.
Because I know a whole bunch of stuff that goes on. It's always, you know, a bit more difficult to do certain things by yourself, and, you know, to have, like, you know, a little bit of feedback into what's going on, because I already know way ahead that it's already difficult. I mean, to be honest, I actually started doing this just on a whim. I had no intention to do this at all. Like, I just decided to just wanted to do it one day, because, you know, I like video games, and I know this space is, you know, pretty open to a lot of gamers, because I mean, you can play pretty much anything you want. You're not limited to what you can do. You know, you can do cooking streams, you could do just chatting streams, you could just talk to the community and stuff. You could do a whole bunch of stuff. It's really more streamlined. Like, this was meant for us, because this is what we was meant to do. We're not really limited to what we can do. Our limit is what we just, our own imagination. Like, if we want to just do just a regular stream, we can do that. If we want, we can do just,
You want to do a brainstorm stream? You can just like
yeah,
just hey, I'm working on some content. You know, come help me figure out what direction I want to take it in. Like,
yeah,
that is something that I see people like live streaming while they're working on their tabletop campaigns, or you know, working on settings and stuff like that. Like, you know, this age, the digital age has opened up socialization, like,
yeah,
way farther than, like way beyond what anybody could have ever expected. And, you know, I guess my pitfall this entire time has been undervaluing my own voice, right? Like, and my insight into things, you know. Because I'm the youngest. I'm the youngest of 3 boys, and so my upbringing was basically getting bullied by my brothers and not really being able to say anything because, you know, I'm the youngest. And my dad had for the longest time just written off any issue that I brought to him as me being the baby and insisting that everybody, you know, just have my back. So I kind of fell out of I got out of the habit of saying things to people, about speaking about, you know, my own feelings and shit. And like that has been a major roadblock in my
in your life,
ability to in my life, in my ability to express things. And then I just found out last year that I have Asperger's. So on top of everything else, I've been autistic my entire life. So that explains why things have been so difficult for me. You know, because I you know, the relationship that you're supposed to have with your family, or rather that society says you're supposed to have with your family, is not the relationship that I have with my brothers. and you know, I am a very forgiving person, a very loving person, very generous person. But for whatever reason, my brothers don't give too much of a shit about anything going on in my life. If I have feelings about anything, I am not allowed to express them to my brothers without being belittled. And it has gotten to a point where I'm just like, so you guys can have emotions, but I can't have emotions. That's weird. Well, if that's how you feel about it, I'm just gonna stay over here. Y'all can stay over there. We'll cross paths. I'll see you when I see you, type shit.
Yeah. I understand, and it's funny because I'm the exact opposite. I'm the oldest brother of three. I mean, of four, really. Well, of three, to be honest. But I do know where you're coming from, and I know different families have different ways of about teaching you how to care for your family and stuff, because family is everything. But but to be honest, it's also a two-way street, because if your family is treating you wrong and you know that for a fact, in most cases you wouldn't want to have anything to do with them like that, because you feel like that you get like this whole toxic sort of love from the family, where you think that you're doing something right, but the family is telling you, oh, you can't do stuff like that. Like my mom, she taught me how to do everything that my dad should have taught me how to do and stuff. Like I know how to fix sinks. I know how to do I know how to do plumbing. I know how to fix. I mean, basically, I know how to fix everything that's inside my bathroom right now, and I know how to fix everything that's inside my kitchen right now. I even done the toilet and everything. Like I know how to do that kind of stuff, because my dad wasn't he wasn't necessarily a major part of my life. I mean, he has been there when I was a baby, but I only seen him a handful of times since then. But over time, I just learned how to do things on my own, which makes it so. Well, I kind of compare that to content creation. Like I try to do, like I try to see how far I can get on my own instead of just going out and asking for help. My entire family will tell you I never asked them for help unless I absolutely need it. Everything I've done on my own. I had zero.
And that's how I've been in my adult life.
Yeah, I had zero help. I mean, I did have help in the beginning, naturally, but as time went on, I just didn't really, I didn't really need to help. Everything I did, I could do on my own without, bothering other people. It's just how I was raised. And
I'm similar in that vein, because I was constantly being accused of insisting that I get my way. I just stopped asking people for stuff, and I would just do my own thing. If somebody needs something from me, I got you. If I can cover it, I got you, no question.
Yeah.
Like but when it comes to me needing stuff, typically speaking, I have learned that if I need help with something, nobody has it. And so I nobody's got they either don't have the time, or they don't have the resources, or they got something else going on. It's like, so it's just excuses when I need help. But if I have something going on when you need help, then I'm being
selfish.
I'm being untowards, right? Nah, it don't work that way, and so my mentality, I guess, is best summed up in a word that does not exist, that I am trying to make a concept. And it is sympathics. Okay. So sympathics is similar to like being a sympath is similar to being an empath. The difference being a empath tries to understand the emotions of other people just for the purpose of consolement. A sympath tries to understand the emotions of other people for the purpose of helping that person evolve, or for the purpose of helping that person reach fulfillment. So it is
Location reached.
understanding with a purpose as opposed to understanding to understand. And
I'm in, Tenno.
that
This will take a moment.
that mentality or that concept often sees me, like I overextend where I don't need to a lot of times, because
That's it.
in
You opened the relic. Finish
in
your
my
mission and
mind,
we'll take a look inside.
helping someone is not about what I get in return. It is about helping them understand themselves. A few years ago, and part of the reason why I have a
Still working on it.
strained relation, not even, yeah, with a strained relationship with my daughter's mother, is because a friend of mine had been struggling with a coke addiction for like 10 or 15 years. And he had brought it to my attention right around the same time that the Tupac biopic was coming out. And the ads were running on the radio all the time, and I was doing Hood Uber, so I was hearing this radio ad all the time. And one of the lines in that ad, Tupac says, "You have to be willing to go into someone's hell in order to lead them out of it," right?
Yeah.
So I, being that one, I had been in therapy for 4 years at that point, and I was completely transparent with my therapist at the time. I tried cocaine to understand what it does to the brain, so that I could rationalize, I could, relate what that was to my friend, to help him separate himself from that behavior. And
This will take
from a chemical standpoint, cocaine and the mood stabilizer that I was on at the time are separated by 2 nitrogen atoms. It's like they're literally the exact same chemical composition, save 2 more hydrogen atoms in cocaine than the medication that I was taking. And I ran experiments, talked with my therapist about it, like what I experienced. I hyper analyzed the high that I experienced, what it did to my mental state, what I was hearing in my head at the time. And what I learned was cocaine specifically has a reflective effect, meaning if you're concerned about something, when you when you take it, your brain is going to hyper focus on that concern. If you're longing for the good old days when you had strong relationships with people that don't talk to you anymore, that is all your high is going to be about, remembering that stuff. And if you don't process it, if you just run from it, you just like you don't try to you don't try to work through it, then it's just gonna sit there. Like, the purpose of you taking that drug is to work through your shit. That is, like, in moderation, and like all drugs, prescribed, like prescription drugs and illicit drugs, in moderation, have beneficial effects if you use them that way. And like, I had to understand that I would go into a time warp that would basically it was like a hyperbolic time chamber for my trauma.
Gotcha.
Okay. And so issues that I had with my brothers, conversations that I wish I could have with them, they would just flood my brain. And so, because I got used to facing my demons through my therapy, that's literally all I did while I was high. Like, and even then, and there was really no functional difference between me on the drug and me off the drug, because I like that was not how my relationship with it was not to forget things. My relationship was not to escape things. My relationship was to understand and dismantle.
Okay.
And so
okay.
Yeah, and so because that was how I related to it, it never threw me off. Like, it never distorted my perception of reality, what I was doing, what I was seeing, who I was hanging out with. It was just hyper-analyzation. It was hyper-analyst. It was just it would turn the dial. It would basically a limit break on my concentration. And I used I would use it bi-weekly, only on weekends, when the friend that basically told me that they were struggling with it got their paycheck. They would spend a little bit, like, because he was rooming with me at the time. So it was once or twice every other weekend for about 6 months, and that was all that I needed to fully understand it and relate to him what it was doing. Because when I first tried it, I took my pulse, and honestly, like, I took my pulse before I did it, took my pulse after I did it. There was no change in my heart rate. My friend who had been doing it for 15 years, his heart rate basically doubled.
Wow.
So before we did it, his resting heart rate was 62 beats per minute. After he took it, his heart rate was 101, or rather 111. I'm sorry. That's what his pulse was, 111 versus 62.
Good grief.
Mine was 54 and 58. 54 before, 58 after. That marginal, like not even really worth stating a difference. And so, like, there was no anxiety that came with it. There was no paranoia that came with it, because that was I wasn't. And his relationship became, well, I know this person doesn't like me doing it, and this person doesn't like me doing it, and this person doesn't like me doing it. Well, I now have to anticipate somebody thinking that I'm on this and have to suppress whatever mannerisms I may think that I have while I'm high to prevent people from recognizing that I am high and giving me grief for being high.
Wow.
So because you have this super complex, convoluted train of thought going into everything that you do, you look nervous, you feel nervous because you are nervous, because everything is a fear trigger for you. Because you're, and that's part of why I feel families that don't shun the addicts in their family, those substance users do not have as nearly a destructive relationship with their chosen drug as those that have been estranged from their family because of it. Because the people that have been estranged from their families are continuing to do the thing that estranged them from their family because it allows them to remember a time when they were not estranged from their family. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
So it's a vicious cycle that is predicated on misunderstanding. And like, that is very specifically what is happening with me and my daughter's mom. I was friends with her for 10 years before my daughter was born. And in the last 5 years, we have barely fucking spoken. And the only time that we do speak is in regards to my daughter. So, and had I not made peace with not being able to control who is in and out of my life, I would more than likely still be torn up over the fact that I don't get to see my daughter as often as I would like to. Like, it bothers me. It bothers me to no end. But I have my son that I need to take care of. So I have my wife who is there for me, and you know, that I also need to take care of and look after. So I cannot dwell on what I cannot fix, because there's no point to that, you know.
Yeah.
So I'm taking the steps that are necessary to seeing my daughter. It's just a drawn out process, because in the state of Georgia, you do not have legal rights to your children, or like to a child, unless you were married to the mother at the time the child was born. So, and legitimizing your child in the state of Georgia, when my daughter was first born, was a $300 process that could be denied by the presiding judge, and would regularly be denied by the presiding judge unless you had legal representation. And the retainer fee for most family lawyers is around $4,000 to $5,000, and that is expectation is that you're going to spend at least twice that much across court dates, litigation, and all that other shit. So, you know, unless you have $10,000 on hand to go to court and deal with court stuff and lawyers and everything else like that, you just gonna have to deal with whatever mom gives you in terms of interaction with your children. So, you know, that was that's my peace of mind in the situation. Like, there's really not much that I can do until I am more affluent, which is another driving force behind me trying to build my community and get out there, get my name out there.
Yeah.
You know, because I write, I draw, mostly maps now, but I used to do a lot of character art. Hello. Was that no? Did somebody leave? Somebody come in? No? But so it was just so writing is something that I enjoy doing. I prefer to build stories, and I have this long I have a character that I've been writing for since I was 12, so 21 years at this point. And over the process of developing that character, I built an entire star system with 24 species. I built the origin of that star system, and the origin of that star system led me to devising my own version of a multiverse, and how that multiverse came to be, and the state of that multiverse as it exists today. So, I weave things. I am a story weaver, and I've come up with several pantheons of gods, ancient civilizations, and 7 IPs that I'm writing for. All of these different settings, I am developing a core tabletop system to run them. That will also be the backbone or the foundation for the games that are built for these IPs in the near future or in the coming future. So my social media vessel is for releasing content and developing new content based off of interactions with other people who enjoy what I write, what I'm putting out. And at this stage, I'm trying to, I'm developing my Patreon page, and writing out Kickstarter post to try and garner interest that way, and I feel like it would be most effective to for my patrons to have early access to my writing before I release it to on my, like, before I put it up on my web page. I'm gonna put it on my Patreon. Before I put it up, before I make a video about a character or a species or a planet that I've designed, I'm gonna put it on my Patreon before I do the video. Or rather, before I put it on my YouTube.
Gotcha.
And that's where that's the little limbo stage that I'm in right now. Because I have to find the time to write and also figure out the best way to translate all of the context that is in my brain to a page.
Okay. So you want to make sure you get everything down before you really, push it further.
Yeah, and Campfire has been helpful in that regard. I haven't leaned on it as much as I could, because I haven't had the time to sit down and go through all of the different settings and tabs and everything. But I'm putting information in, saving it on a file, and updating it when I can. And I'm also writing chapters in my MC's book. And my MC's story, I have everything documented. Like, I had written 16 chapters before I fried my old hard drive. So I'm having to remember what I wrote and restructure it to make more sense, like 12 years after the fact.
Yeah.
And so that's stalled me a little bit. But I just wrote 6 pages yesterday, and like timeline wise, like in terms of passage of time, those 6 pages, about 24 seconds.
Okay.
Because there's a fight that kicks off. So to give you some context, my main character is a member. He's a member of a race or a species known as the Eonon, and they are literally the blood of their gods given form. So their gods were created were unintentionally created by a scientific team that belongs to the first species, like to the first civilization in the multiverse, like the first civilization,
like a forerunner, so to speak.
Right. Yeah, for context, so to speak. Yeah, that's the best way to put it. So the forerunners developed this, or my forerunners, I call them Therans. They developed this symbiotic organ that they refer to as the rear system, and it stands for rapid environmental evolutionary regulator. Okay, and what it does with proper training and connection, it allows the host to control every atom in their body at will, control it and convert it and change it however they want to, all of the energy that would be required to make that happen is offloaded and offset by the rear system itself. So let's say you have a rear system and we're skydiving, right? Like you jump out of a plane over a volcano, and you could use your rear system to sprout wings and fly, or you could continue to just free fall into the volcano, and as the heat gets too intense, you think to protect yourself, and so your skin or your body builds resistances to the heat. You want to be able to walk on the lava. You can change the density of your feet while also maintaining that heat resistance so that you can literally walk on the lava, and all of these things can be done without an external change or with an external change, depending on the desire of the host. So the rear system was created. It was shown to the Emperor. The Emperor made a decree that every member of the Empire would have this thing integrated into their bodies, and they devised a way to make it hereditary, meaning that if you were to give birth to a child, the rear system would automatically segment itself into that child. And so the child would be born with its own rear system. They wouldn't have to have it surgically implanted or anything else like that. So once that was successful, a scientist was curious what the rest of what the rest of the Expanse had to offer them, because they had a strained relationship with the local with another local species, and so that they had advanced the civilization, but then caused a rift between themselves and that civilization, and the scientist goes to the Emperor and suggests that they conduct science experiments. They conduct experiments across the universe. So another imperial decree was made that all individuals, all members of the Empire that were over the age of 14, were to vacate their home system, and everyone under the age of 14 would be left to fend for themselves. That's experiment number one. That is the core system experiment. But every member of the Empire was separated and assigned to a scientific team to go across the Expanse and do their thing. And as they expanded out from their home system, they encountered the in-between. And the in-between is what separates universes. It's what separates the laws of how the laws of physics work in each universe. Okay. How light bends, how it moves, energy consumption, energy production, all of these things vary based off of which sector of space you happen to be in, and as such, traveling between these sectors, or like going into the in-between space and coming out in another universe, forces any organic material to undergo what is referred to as convergence, what became known as conversion sickness, meaning as you're traveling through the in-between and the closer you get to a new universe, the laws of that universe begin to force themselves onto your being, or the organic portions of yourself. And the rear system mitigated a bit of it, but it still, it still had an effect on everybody that traveled from the home system.
Gotcha.
So one of these experiments is helmed by a scientist by the name of Don Atra, and he wanted, like, he created a recording device, but he created this recording device using blood samples from every member of his science team. So roughly 300 of these extremely powerful, very versatile beings were combined and used to shape this sentient recording device. And as the first stages of this experiment were being documented, the recording device became aware that it was missing pieces, like it was missing parts of itself. It was not the same as the things that it was recording. And these things that it's recording are able to change their shape at will. And he's seen this happen, or it had seen this happen. So it manifested a strong enough desire to will itself a body. And once that happened, every strong desire, well, he named himself Azan. He gave himself the name Azan, which translates to the observer, because that was his job. He was supposed to observe. And then he wanted to recall something that he had previously seen, and something that he had previously heard. And his desire to recall that information created his sister Aziza, the chronicler. Like, I want to say stage 4 of the project was creating a binary star system out of the space station that they used to travel to this to this essentially empty universe. And witnessing the birth of 2 stars in the vacuum of space caused Azan to want to know what it was that he was seeing, to understand what it was that he was seeing, and that willed into existence Axie, the discerner. And Axie, understanding that two stellar bodies were forming in front of them, and that it was a massive amount of power, willed Iadi into existence. She is the wellspring. And she is capable of just producing stellar energy. There is no limit to how much she can produce. She is a walking star. And once those 4 had, like, that all took place in about maybe 2 hours. So like the 4 of them coming into physical being, 2 hours. So you had this camera that gave itself a body, and then after it gave itself a body, it made 3 more of itself with different abilities than it had. So the scientists on this team were like, what is this nonsense? Like, how is this even possible? And the immediate response, like the first response, the first typical response to the unknown is fear, and then fear leads to aggression. And because of that aggression, more Huronava, more of these new beings began to propagate in response to the aggression that they were feeling from their creators, quote unquote. And that led to a conflict because they were multiplying far faster than anybody knew what to do with. So it was we either wipe them out or they continue to multiply it at whatever rate, like at this super alarming rate, and they wipe us out. They didn't. The Huronava did not have any intention on attacking the Atricans, as they renamed themselves. they were just trying to work together with the people that they were created to work with. When they realized that that was not possible, a desire for their own space was felt, and that collective desire for them to have their own refuge created Yentir. And Yentir is the armorer, the crafter. He built an entire planet specifically for them to be to be their home. But that again caused concern for the Atrikans, and they were like, wait, who taught them how to make planets? Like, where did that planet come from? We had a plan to have 13 planets in this system. Where did this 14th planet come from? Lo and behold, it's where the Kuronava are. Oh wow, this is a really, really big problem. We need to make life that can hurt these things because we can't hurt them. We've tried to fight them. They are stronger than us. On a 1-to-1, they are stronger than us.
Wow.
Yeah. So, and they had no intention of creating them, but the way that they were created made them inherently stronger than the scientists that they were created from. Because Azan is the amassed power of 300 of them. So you take 300 scientists, condense them into a singular being, and this singular being has the ability to make more of itself through osmosis. It does not need to reproduce, it just does. And so they were trying to find some way to make something that could kill them. And everything that they created, they made something that could harm them, that could draw blood. This race known as the Sagir, and they're basically wizard apes.
Wizard apes?
Wizard apes, like ape wizards. Super strong silverback-esque gorillas that also have extremely potent magic. And that's just the closest description. Well, I guess you could say that they're more like Halo brutes in terms of their stature and their build. But they also have guardian magic, right? So they made brutes that could wield the light. Okay.
Wow. Good grief.
Yeah. And so the first Sagir that wounded a Kuronava for the first time, the blood that came from that wound fell from Ian Shea's arm, the Vigil. He's like their war god. Excuse me. But he was wounded for the first time, or blood was drawn for the first time, and that blood hit the ground on their home planet and stood up and took form as the first Eonon.
Okay.
They wounded this man, and it made a mini him. It made a smaller version of what the Kuronava collectively chose to aesthetically show themselves as. And because no wound sheds a single drop of blood, several dozen Eonon were created at one time. And so once the Atrikans saw that that was a thing, they created another race known as the Olu that the Olu Daya. The Daya are basically cell-sized organisms, like full sentient beings, but they're about the size of a blood cell, that live in hive mind communities within the host Olu, which the hive inside of it, like the Dia that live inside of the Olu, grant the Olu psychic abilities. And that was the Atrakin's best assumption for how the Huronava worked. So this continued for several millennia. Them creating new species and finding out the Huronava had another ability that they needed to be concerned about, or some resilience that they needed to adapt to, and finally the third major rival of the Eonon species was created in the form of the Kinnear, which are lizard folk, for lack of a better description. But the Kinnear were designed to be the white blood cell response to the Eonon in this star system. So they mature quickly, they reproduce quickly, and they give off no detectable energy signature. And just on a cellular level, they despise Eonon by and large. It's just they are inherently, they are the mortal enemies of the Eonon people.
Yeah, they're inherently hostile to them.
Yeah, inherently hostile. So after so long of this back and forth of the Huronava trying to defend themselves and just constant war, Azan wanted to know if there would be an end to the fighting, and that gave him a new ability that allowed him to see into the future. His mind jumped 500 million years. No, 500,000 years. I'm sorry, 500,000 years, and he saw the Imperial fleet, the Theron Imperial fleet, entering their star system, and that scared the fuck out of him because they've been having a problem with 300 of these dudes.
Wow.
There's an entire armada coming in 500,000 years. We cannot be here when that happens. So he shares this information with his brothers and sisters, and they create a pocket dimension. They just craft a pocket dimension like it's a recipe in Minecraft, and they build. Honestly, my brain just went. The Ender portal is
they made a portal
to the Ender world, and then they walked through it. The Atrikans watched them do this from their sun. They've been spying on them this entire time, and just sending fodder to try and stop them. But they saw them build this pocket dimension, which is something that they can't even do. And they were like, "This is our chance. This is our chance to be rid of our problem for good." So they waited until the Huronava walked through this portal into their pocket dimension, and they built a giant lock all over the door and put put a sentry in the palace that they built around this gate to keep it closed. So the Huronava have been locked out of this reality for about 20,000 years at this point. And 500 years ago, they tapped an ancestor of my main character's wife, actually, to place symbols of power for each of them in the main reality, so that they could amass power that would eventually give someone the ability to dissolve the lock and allow them to come back into this reality, like to exit their realm. And that is the task that my main character has been given. It was given to him at the age of 16 because the discerner wanted to, like, his innate ability is that he knows everything that he sees. He knows the full extent, like, he looks at something, he knows everything about it, everywhere it's ever been, everywhere it's going to be, what can break it, what it will break. Every aspect he just knows instantaneously. That is his power, and that frustrates the fuck out of him. So he enjoys combat, he enjoys fighting, and he enjoys randomness because it is, if he can find it, or if he enjoys creating things that are not he enjoys creating transient things that are not static, and so he gave a portion of his power to 100 souls.
All right.
And when the last of those souls turned 16, all of them would be transported to his realm psionically, to duke it out so that he could find his champion. Miraak was the last one to turn 16, but he was also the one who had actually gained the most from the ability that had been bestowed upon him, and Axi's power is known as the Magi. I think I may have changed it recently, but it's been the Magi for a very, very long time. And the Magi can take many forms. For Miraak in particular, it is his eyesight.
Okay.
So he does not see in the traditional fashion. He does not see the same way that we do. If he looks at a living thing, he cannot define any of its features. He cannot see eyes, nose, mouth, any of that. Like your height, your weight, skin color, hair color, none of that shit comes through for him. He sees your aura. Your aura overpowers all of your physical features for his eyes. But the benefit of that is any technique that is performed within his perception range, he will passively gain if he sees it, like if he perceives it performed enough times. And after he won this tournament, he only needs to see it once. He only needs to feel it happen one time in order for him to gain that as an ability. So growing up, he grew up in the equivalent of Sparta, right? And his entire culture, like his whole hometown, his whole home village, they're all Therianthropes. They all have a moon-called form and a hybrid beast as well. So, Miraak just so happened to be born with a Faradun Del. They refer to them as Dels. It's really their Zano, their beast, their inner beast. Because Miraak is, his subspecies is referred to as the Herzano. Their gifted beast is what that translates to in his native tongue, or rather, is what that translates from in his native tongue. And he was given his form is a dragon. It's known as a force dragon. I don't know if you know the different types of dragons, but force dragons are fucking stupid. But he was because of how his eyes
because his eyes didn't work when he was born, he was constantly teased being from a warrior society and you're blind, right? Like, you know, that's so it gave him a complex. And once he understood how his power worked, he made it a point that he would never allow himself to be called weak again. And if anybody were to refer to him as such, he would make them regret it. So he has this massive chip on his shoulder because he was born a little different. But his parents, his dad is the chief medical officer for the UN, and his mom is the foremost researcher on the natural abilities that Eonons are born with. So once his mom understood, like, started to figure out that he was gaining more abilities than any Eonon should have, she started to study him. And because she studied him so frequently, because she scanned his mind so frequently, he picked up on her ability to identify other people's powers on sight.
Okay.
And once she saw him manifest that ability, she was like, okay, well, you're and you know, that ability is very, very rare. His mom and 3 other people in the history of their civilization have had this ability. So when she saw that he had her ability, she was like, okay, well, we're going all in on this shit now. Like, you're gonna study this book. Like, you're gonna study this book that I compiled on all of the powers and this and that, and like how they all work. Once you have this internalized, you come to me, you tell me that you've done it, and we're gonna go to the next step. So he studied the book for a couple of months, told his mom, okay, I think I got it all down. She quizzed him a little bit, and he passed that test. So then she takes him to one of the training arenas in their village or in their city, and has several seniors, several 18-year-olds. Like, he's 12. There are, I want to say, 10 18-year-olds. Like, she has 10 of the senior trainees come to the Coliseum with her and with them, and tells him to start identifying powers. And she tells all of her students that they're not allowed to use their powers until he identifies it. Okay? So he identifies the first power, and the first power he identifies, that student starts to attack him because that's what she told them to do. So he's fighting with this kid who is 6 years older than him. He's keeping pace while also identifying their power, like the abilities that they have. And once he identifies all of the abilities that particular individual has, his mom sends another kid in to fight him at the same time. So he's doing this for probably like 5 or 10 minutes. He's identified about 16 abilities, and he's now fighting 6 of the 10 students that his mom brought to train him that day. And because he's identified these powers, and he's also giving them a run for their money, they're leaning into their powers way more than they would be in a normal fight. And the more they lean into their powers, the more he picks up on these powers. And she's seeing this happen in real time, and she's like, what the fuck? Like, what is my child? Because, you know, the most documented powers a single Eonon had before Miraak was born was 8, and those individuals are known as ability adepts. If you have more than 4 abilities, you're considered an adept. And her power was the 6th one that he had manifested. So in this training session, he goes from having 6 abilities to having just over 20. And his body overloads from the new data that he's picking up on, and all of the abilities that he has at that time go off at once in this massive explosion. And he survives the explosion because it's an outward thing. It didn't come like it wasn't like he was blown up. He was expelling excess power, and put several of the and put several of the kids in the hospital. And it knocked him completely unconscious. So, and he was in a coma for like 3 weeks. He was, in those 3 weeks, mom went and got dad took him to his lab, and they were just studying him. And Ma said his mother told his father not to let any of his subordinates use their powers in the same room as him. Just don't do it. Don't fucking do it, because she doesn't know if this thing is an active ability or a passive ability, and so they're just erring on the side of caution. And they don't know why it is that he's manifesting so many abilities. They just know that he is. So because by this point, the Huronava have been gone long enough that they've fallen out of like the history books. Like nobody even like there's one nation that holds that still has like ancient texts and still reveres the Huronava as their gods, and they are at the forefront of the war effort with the Kinnear at all times. So, relative to that country, Mirax people are pretty far removed from the front lines, but they're still called out there because Herzano are werewolves for lack of a better, like werefolk, because they're not just wolves. They're just tigers, dragons, basically any kind of animal that you can think of, and some that I've created myself. They can have this as a beast form, and then there's a hybrid form, where their base form and the animal are kind of merged. So they are about 20 times stronger than the average Eonon. So they have squads, like they train and they get paired into squads, and they get called in for heavy duty missions. And that's just how their city basically keeps their position in society, by being the go-to when stuff gets super thick.
Okay.
So,
I am open to dialogue.
He has 2 older siblings and a twin brother, because Eonon are litter born. Like if a Eonon female gets pregnant, she will never have just one child. It's not possible. You're at bare minimum, you're going to have twins. Bare minimum, you're going to have twins. You can have up to 6 children at a time. That's the current record. But minimum 2, always. And Eonon's hair color matches their eye color, and that color can be any color in the visible spectrum. So Mirax Twin is an ability adept, and a lot of his abilities are centered around nature and weather. But one of his abilities, the last ability that he manifested, was time manipulation. So when Mirax's mother saw that he had manifested the ability to manipulate time, she told him in very specific words, never use this ability around your brother. Don't fucking do it. Just don't do it. Because he has a bad enough temper on his own. If you give, if he has the ability to manipulate time, I have no idea what he is going to do. Like, at least like this, he's stuck in a forward direction. He's stuck in a forward direction. He cannot change anything that's already happened like this. So
okay.
And that happened during the 3 weeks that he was being studied in the lab. So, he has no recollection of any of this happening. And once he's back home, he notices that him and his brother Limac, they are twins, but there's something different about their relationship now. And that's because Limac is constantly he's now kind of like a personal security guard for his brother. Like he is the jailer essentially he is his brother's keeper. He becomes his brother's keeper in that 3-week period, and that's the mentality that he adopts. And so he starts reacting to his brother differently. He's not as quick to engage in combat with him, like in little brawls and duels or sparring matches like he used to, because they used to brawl and go balls to the wall, like basically borderline kill each other on a regular basis just for fun, because they need to, they need to bolster their fighting ability and fighting, and their eldest sister is a healer. She has healing abilities, and she was also born with a rare ability called Spirit Walking, which allows her to enter into the spirit realm and bring dead souls back to their bodies and reconstitute them. But she is also low-key a little squeamish because she's a non-combatant. So she's not a warrior. She is purely a medic, and she would always heal them when they did this, but she had a very big problem with it, and she would get mad at them all the time. So because they were all cautioned against showing their most potent abilities to their youngest brother, his relationship with all of his siblings changed. Like, it was still a very homey, very, very familial feeling. It's just there was something different, and he could not put his finger on it. So then we fast forward a little bit to, because in their culture, at 16, you're supposed to go to one of the whichever nation is hosting the aptitude test for military placement to see what division you're going into, and that happens after you've completed all of your personal training. So think of it like general education versus your degree path. Okay. And so Miraak and his brother Limac, they completed their general courses at 12, and because that particular year their home country was the host nation for the aptitude tests, their dad pulled some strings to get them tested early, and Miraak and his brother Limac were placed in special ops, covert ops to be specific.
Okay.
And over a 3-year period, and they were initially placed on a 4-man squad. Okay, so covert ops, 4-man squad, surgical strike missions, tactical missions like assassinations, things of that nature. They would go and hit locations and prepare them for full-on assaults. And every mission that they were sent on was a zero visibility mission, meaning if they were seen, nothing was supposed to survive. Miraak, being the bloodthirsty murderer that he is, took that as, I get to kill everything if something sees me. Okay, so
across 3 years of operations, they had conducted about 200 missions and gone through 36 partners.
Damn.
36 teammates. Half of them died. Like half of them died in mission, like on mission. A quarter requested reassignment, and the remaining quarter got injured and were reassigned as a result of their injuries. So Mirak does not have the best reputation amongst their division. Like, he's constantly being reprimanded, even though they have gold star completions on all of their missions. Like, they have never failed a mission, but they've lost a lot. So, and Mirak does not care about anybody. He has very little concern for anyone other than his brother. And his brother has always been able to keep pace with him just because they train together. So, on his 15th birthday, his powers start getting wonky. He's losing control over them, and he has no idea why. But the reason why is because he's nearing his 16th birthday, and he's about to, and Axie is essentially transferring the information. He's siphoning the information that is stored within Mirak's body into his own realm, so that the astral projection can take effect, and he can participate in this tournament, so to speak.
All right.
So Mirak turns 16, falls into a coma, and for 6 months he is in the realm of his gods, fighting to become a champion for the god of discernment. And once he does that, his power is upgraded to the functionality that he currently holds, where seeing a power performed within 500 feet, or feeling the energy flow of a power being activated within 500 feet of his person, gives him that ability, and it's just retained. So at 16, he wakes up from, like, he spent 6 months in a coma, and the year prior to him going into that coma, he was transferred to Artisia, which is the nation that is that never lost their history books, and he meets the princess of that country, of that nation, and she takes an interest in him because Artisia has the foremost knowledge on ability sciences, like the nuances of how abilities are supposed to function, and not necessarily like what it like who's going to get what abilities, or even being able to identify abilities in other people. That's not what they know, how to get people through mental blocks, either through ritual or therapy or whatever, what have you. They are the foremost masters of the myriad of abilities that Ianon can manifest with.
Gotcha.
And the princess takes a interest in Mirak because she read his file. She knows how much death is attached to him, and she has read how quickly he is to anger. So she gets it in her head that he needs to be pacified. Like, he needs to understand that not everything has to be solved with violence, and she makes that her mission. And over the course of that year, they do fall for each other. And the day that he falls into a coma, she planned an ambush to test him on his kill response. because she had been doing it for a couple of months, you know, because even without his powers, he is a force to be reckoned with. It's just his powers make him that much more dangerous. And you know, he was killing things on sight, and but then he started to hesitate, wait for them to attack, and kill them if they attacked. And then it changed to, well, if they attack, I'm going to try and deflect. I'm going to try and, you know, give them a chance to regret their decision or to change their mind or to, you know, live to fight another day. And one day, the ambush that she had planned got ambushed by Kinnear, and the Kinnear then attacked Miraak and his and Ydolda. And so he defeats them, or he starts to fight them, but in the process of fighting them, he falls into a coma. So she has to defend him for the rest of that fight, and then get him somewhere safe, so that they can try and figure out what's going on with him. And that's the whole thing. We fast forward 6 months. He wakes up after completing this tournament, being crowned champion, and the 3 runners-up are now in his servitude, and all 4 of them are a task force for the God of Discernment. They have been tasked with finding the artifacts that were hidden half a millennia ago, and amassing, and also finding the crypt that holds the door to the realm of his gods, so that they can break the seal and invite the Huronava back into this reality. So he starts on this path, but he also still has his obligation, like his military obligations and his obligation to his people. So it's kind of like this balance between following a divine path and also maintaining existing relations, like existing ties. So he changes divisions from covert ops to basically inspection, which gives him more time to track things down, do all of the research, and go on the outings and excursions that he needs to go on for his god, but also not become derelict in duty to the military, because he has more of an administrative role at this point. And he gets about halfway through collecting these artifacts when, his brother comes to him, because in Miraak's absence, Limak was no longer covert ops anymore, and he gets integrated into a traditional Delvanian unit, which is shock troopers. And he's doing his thing, and they get a particularly high-risk mission that his brother would feel most comfortable going into with him at his side. So he's like begging him for the better part of a year to come do this one mission with him, you know, like to squad up with him and go do this thing. It's only going to take, like, they'll be deployed for a couple of months. It'll be no problem. You know, I understand you want to get married, such and such. We got you. Like you come do this with me. I won't ask you for nothing else. We can knock this thing out in a couple of weeks. It'll be good. You go home, you get married, everything's fine. 2 weeks turned into 2 years because behind the scenes, there is a Kinnear general who wants to find the location of Miraak's home. You know, like understanding that the Dells are the single largest threat to the Kinnear campaign, he's trying to he wants to locate where they come from so he can destroy their home and hopefully remove them from the board entirely. So he is weaving some machinations, and he got some he turned a high-ranking official that's in charge of troop movements, and tried to get the information out of him through bribes and whatnot, and understanding what the goal of this general was. The official moved most of the units out of Delvania and kept them away, kept them on different deployments, so he could sacrifice the main city without losing the bulk of their fighting force.
Okay.
But the general very specifically wanted Miraak dead. So he kept stalling the invasion because Miraak was not where he was supposed to be. His fiance goes to the Prince of Miraak's nation and is like, hey, my fiance has been stuck on a deployment for 2 years. He was only supposed to be gone for a couple weeks. Can you do something about that? So the prince comes down to to where they're stationed at and relieves Miraak and his brother so that they can go home. So that Miraak can get married. And literally within 12 hours of Miraak being home, his hometown is attacked. They bring 500,000 Kinnear to take out, to slaughter a town that is 10,000 strong.
Sheesh.
Yeah, they bring 500,000 to kill 10,000 civilians. This is just, Miraak is there. So yes, that is cause for concern, but in the battle that ensues, Miraak's fiance dies.
Damn, that's
loses
horrible,
her life,
man.
right, 25 feet away from him, because the general sent one of his subordinates with weapons that were specially made to kill Miraak as the leader of the invading force, and but that particular Kinnear encountered Yadolin first, and she's basically she's mostly a caster, but she's a spellblade. Okay, she's got much stronger magic than she does sword skills, but her sword skills are nothing to laugh at. So she's fighting this dude by herself. She's dueling him, and once he starts to gain the upper hand, and she recognizes this, she calls for help. Miraak's brother is closer to her than Miraak is. He hears her call for his brother, looks in their direction to see his brother turn away from her and go in an opposite direction. So then he has he starts to panic for the first time ever in his life, because the woman that he loves called for help, and she wouldn't do that unless she felt like her life was in danger. So now he's scrambling to get to her, but there's about 250,000 Kinnear between the two of them, even though they're only about maybe a few hundred yards apart.
Mm-hmm.
Because she was down in the village square, preparing for their wedding ceremony. This literally happens on their wedding day. She was getting all of the final stuff getting the decorations hung up and everything else like that. when the attack happens, and so she's fighting the village square. He was up at the peak of the mountain in their house, and his home is the first thing. Like his home is blown up to signify the start of the attack. So he's fighting from the top of the city towards the middle of the city, and just cutting through these Kinnear like butter. Like, he is known for killing these guys. You know how the Covenant referred to Master Chief as the monster or as the beast or whatever it was that they referred to him as.
Yeah.
That's how the Kinnear view Miraak. Like, he is a whole problem for them. He's their boogeyman. And so, you know, there is no shortage of Kinnear that are willing to stop him. Because if they can kill him, then, you know, they'll be lauded as like heroes. So they got it in their mind that, oh well, you know, I understand you've killed like millions of us, but you ain't fought me before. They got that syndrome, you know. And they dogpile him, and like they don't stop him, but they slow him down enough for her to die just as he gets to the clearing that she's fighting in. Like, he sees her. You've seen Daredevil, right? Like the movie, not the show.
Yeah,
like,
the movie, yeah.
How Bullseye kills Elektra. That's how Miraak's wife dies, 25 feet away from him, on their wedding day.
Shit.
Yeah. So he sees that and goes into a full rage and disintegrates the guy that kills her, but not before the dude gets two swipes with the claws that he was given across Miraak's face. So Miraak has 6 like face-long gashes crossed across in his face, and the blades that he was cut with were treated to be unclosing wounds. Like, they make wounds that do not heal. So Yadolin bleeds out. Miraak is just draining blood from his face. Like, his face is just blood, because he's got 6 long gashes in his face. Like, he is mutilated by this attack, but he kills the assailant. And for the rest of the fight, Miraak is not even there. Like, he is holding his fiance in his arms, trying to get her to wake up, because her last words are, "Your face, I have to heal you," because she has healing abilities. So even though she was dying and didn't have enough power to heal herself, she still tried to heal him when she saw that he was hurt. And that attempt to expend that energy is what kills her. Like, rather, is what like pushes her over. And Miraak is grief-stricken for the remainder of the battle. Like, the village is reduced from 10,000 to about 400.
Shit. That's
as
a lot.
result of as a result of this attack. And all of the Kinnear are completely wiped out. They don't retreat. They are all killed. So there's literally 500 million, there's 500,000 dead lizards scattering this mountain, with roughly 9,000 dead Eonon among them. And in the memorial service that his brother leads in the aftermath after they cleaned up the bodies and, you know, buried everyone, Miraak, like his Limac says the same line, where he gives a generic soldier speech, for the Fallen. And Mirak is fucking livid because he names, like, Limak names Yadolim among the dead before he goes with the like before he signs off with the fucking with the generic ass "they lived with honor, they died proud," and like Mirak loses his shit, punches like in the middle of this funeral ceremony, hauls off and knocks his brother clean the fuck out. Like, he cold clocks him and is like you don't you dare lump her in with them. She was so much better. Like he's torn the fuck up. Like,
oh yeah,
and he is
thanks for the
pissed
sub,
at
Brutal.
his
Much
brother.
appreciated, yo. Yeah.
He is pissed at his brother because he saw him turn away from her. He doesn't know why he turned away from her, but he saw his brother turn away from his fiance when she called for him specifically. She didn't call Mirak's name, she called Limak because Limak was closer, and Limak turned away from her, and she died as a result. Or rather, she died before Mirak could get to her. So in his mind, you let my fiance die on our wedding day. Fuck you. Like, wholesale fuck you. And you know, he leaves he leaves his home, and he had found the crypt in the few years that he had been searching, but he still didn't have all of the artifacts to dissolve the keys. But that became his de facto base. That would be where he would go to chill if he didn't want to be at home or at the office.
Yeah.
So he's there, and he sends his lackeys or his vectors, his subordinates, to go find out how it was even possible that the Kinnear knew where to attack and could get that far behind the front lines with that many soldiers to attack his home. And when he finds out how it was possible, he goes down to the office that this dude is based out of to confront him. And who is there to stop him but his brother Limak? It's like, you cannot do this. It's like, I understand you're grief-stricken, but we do not kill our own. And it's like, do you understand what this man is responsible for? Like, you realize this is the reason why we were attacked, right? You're telling me I can't kill the person who betrayed one of the most important secrets in the entirety of the UN? I can't kill him? Are you serious right now? Are you shitting me right now? And it's like, you're not gonna stop me. But then the prince shows up, and he's like, Mirak, you cannot do this. That is a direct order from your crown prince. Stand down. And he's like, bro, check this out. Fuck you, fuck the league, fuck anybody who ever thought they could tell me to do anything, and you're lucky that I don't know how to kill you, because I would do it right now because you're like for standing in my way. And he goes back to the crypt and starts to devise a plan, and he goes off world. Because the sentry that's responsible for protecting the keep has been corrupted, but still can't break the, it can't break the seal. It just controls the fortress that the seal is housed in, and so it is no longer hostile to Eonon. It's actually grown to ally itself with them because of his wife's ancestor. He fought this thing repeatedly, and every time he defeated it, it had to reconstitute itself using material that was surrounding this gate and was slowly converted into a hybridization of Eonon, of Kuronava and Atrakan technology. So it developed a will of its own and sentience, and the whole shebang that started this whole process, this whole shit show in the first place, and she allies herself with Mirak because Mirak wants to leave the planet. She informs him that there is a way for that to happen, but he needs to get something for her first. He goes and does that, and that allows her to literally uproot the crypt from the planet and turn it into a ship. Like it is a spacefaring vessel. And then Mirak travels around their star system with his vectors, the Sentry, with his vectors and the Sentry, and goes around trying to find new power, a power that would allow him to bring his wife back, because in the chaos of everything, his sister, who was home when all of this happened, she is lost. Like she was not among the dead, but she's nowhere to be found. Right, she's MIA, and so because she's MIA, the only person that could possibly bring his fiance, or like bring his wife back,
what's happening, Brutal?
Is nowhere to be found.
Yeah.
And you know, so he's like, well, shit, I gotta find some way to make this happen, and I'm going to travel as far as I need to in order to do that. Gotcha. So as he's trying to find a power that would allow him to resurrect her, he meets several individuals that he ends up recruiting into his council, his court.
Yep.
And the way that he does this is, you know, in the spirit of Ydolim, he is not inherently bloodthirsty anymore, but he will give people so he gives people a way to survive encounters with him. Okay. And he does that by issuing a challenge that the challenged defines. So he's like, I feel like you have something of worth within you, so I'm gonna give you a chance to prove yourself to me. You name the contest, you name the trial, the rules, regulations, whatever, what have you, I will abide by them. And if you can best me under your conditions, I will allow you to travel with me. But if you lose, you die. So, you know, he recruits 12 individuals this way. And save for 2 other species that were created by his gods. Yeah. Every other species in this star system is hostile to him. So his body count goes from roughly 2 million to like 500 million over the span of 10 years. Because he's just cutting through things that refuse to acknowledge him for who he is. Like, you know, the first place that he went was the homeworld of the Sagir, but he went
that is crazy,
to the dark side of, right. So he went to but he went to the dark side of their planet first, which is where the Duro, which are basically they're skinwalkers, or it's a race of beast boys. Okay, so and they're separated into elemental tribes. White Bloods have ice. I'm have ice powers. Red bloods have fire powers. Black bloods have darkness manipulation, and green bloods are terra manipulation. So, and any of them can so their blood type or their blood clan is the color that their skin is naturally, and then their base form is augmented by the first beast that they manifest.
Let me answer this question real quick. You
Sure.
say so Brutal, you're trying to build Limbo and you want to know my preference on him. Personally, for Limbo, depending on what type of build you go for, I would say let me see, what would be good? I would say duration would go best on him since all his abilities are duration based. I would go duration and range. Power does work, but I don't think power is really all that great on him like that because his abilities range depending on what you're trying to build. But I usually go range and duration for that. And that's mostly because well, obviously range, all his abilities is all, you know, duration based. Like everything on his is duration based. And the only thing that's really range based, I would say, is
This is the jail. Our hostage is in one of these cells.
What's wrong with that? I think his fourth ability would benefit the best from range, since if you're playing defense or something like that, it works just like that. So yeah, I would say range and duration works best. I mean, you can try power, but I think it more affects his I think it more or less affects his recovery abilities, I believe. You know, ability power. But yeah, I would say for starters, try duration and try range on him. If you feel like you can do power, you can do that as well. But you can't go wrong with a little bit of, you know, you can't go wrong with a little bit of ability power. Because I know some of his abilities doesn't have a long duration when you first start playing him. But as time goes on, you'll know exactly what you want, to be honest. Where the hell is these other two guys? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. You could go ahead. So I was, you know, just, you know, doling out my branded information because, you know, I've been playing this game for a while.
I appreciate it. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
You good?
Oh yeah.
So
yeah. Oh yeah, Protea does take long. You got to go to the Granum Void in order to farm her, and you can only get her parts by completing rank 3 in you got to complete rank 3 in all 3 of them. You got to do the regular Granum Crowns, the Zenith Granum Crowns, and what else? Yeah, you got to do all 3 of those, and you got to reach rank 3 in all of them. Honestly, I just straight up bought Protea. I didn't even bother farming for her. I mean, I will at some point because, you know, I got Zenith Granum Crowns now. I think only 1, but that's about it. But right now I'm trying to get Garuda Prime, and I'm trying to get the relics for it. I mean, I'm trying to get the Neo N20 relic, but you know, those things are, you know, a pain in the ass to drop. What else do I got? I mean, I got most of her stuff. I mean, I could get her Neuroptics. Yeah, I could get Garuda Prime's Neuroptics. I could definitely do that because I think that's a rare. I think. Let me see. I think the excavation. Which one was it again? Oh, it's G5. I remember now. Yeah, it's with G5. Yeah, that has a Neuroptics. Let me refine these real quick. Yeah, I'm gonna try to make at least. Yeah, hopefully I can get this. Alright. But yeah, you can go ahead with your story, Soul. I know you got I know that's a lot of lore going on.
Yeah, no, you good. Cause so the first place he stops off is with on the Duro side of the Sagir homeworld. And the relationship between the Sagir and the Duro is uh, kind of like master slave almost.
Yeah.
The Duro keep to their side because if they happen to run into Sagir, Sagir will capture and subjugate them. Like they will just keep them in pens or use them as like physical labor or make them fight each other in the Coliseum type stuff.
Yeah.
And so he lands on their side of the planet in a village and just starts asking questions like a couple of he gets attacked outright by a couple of people that have more more guts than they do fear. Because it's you can sense Mirak's power when he's present. Like just later on in his life, he actually just starts carrying a storm cloud with him, so that people know when he's coming.
Okay.
But that storm cloud is really just a physical manifestation of his aura. Like think of it like either hollows from Echo Mundo or like S-class demons from Yu Yu Hakusho.
Yeah.
The stronger you are, the farther away your presence can be felt. And so he touches down and he gets attacked. He doesn't know the relevance of the individuals who are attacking him, but they are not nearly strong enough to give him any kind of pause. And but they do intrigue him because they came from a specific direction. And it appeared as though they came from out of the city, because they did come from out of the city, out of the village. They came from the royal palace. The king sent them to investigate what just landed on the planet.
Okay. Oh yeah, and that sucks, brutal. But don't worry, you'll get a bunch of prime parts. If you have a bunch of relics, you can definitely go for those. I say go for the easy stuff. I would say I would just say at first try breaking open just any kind of relic. It doesn't matter what it is. Just break open a bunch of stuff. If it's something that you haven't got before, just go ahead and just take it. Because I know when you first start, you're gonna want to just get anything. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Yeah, just break over
Relics
relics.
are weird like that.
Yeah, but I like the relics now because you don't gotta worry
Yeah, they're
about.
wondering.
Yeah, because the keys and stuff was too random for me. I'm glad you can actually choose a relic in any of the 4 tiers. I do like that.
Yeah, that is pretty dope. Because the randomness was a problem for me when I was playing a few years ago.
Yeah.
When I last played. But so.
I can't believe I'm trying to get the G5 relic, but for some odd reason these guys they put too many of the I'm doing the extraction missions and they put too many of the power cells inside the extractor, and I was trying to hold off on the drill and everything, so
so you could get another relic.
Yeah, until we get all the reactant, then we was going to finish off the drill. But I don't know who did it, but
somebody finished it.
Yeah, I had 9 reactant and somebody just.
Yeah, I hate when that happens.
Yeah,
I hate when that bro, just let everybody get their their relic set before you trigger the exit, the Exodus.
Yeah.
Cause like, cause every time that thing completes, you gotta go back to collect more reactant. Like, you gotta catch 10 all over again.
Yeah. Personally, I don't
You
mind,
understand-
honestly.
I mean, and I don't mind it either because it's not that hard, but at the same time, it does get, like, if it happens repeatedly, it is a little frustrating. Like,
Yeah.
you know, extractions are specifically for relic farming. Like, that's the most efficient relic farming that the game has to offer outside of like defense missions.
Yeah.
Oh.
Right now, let me see. I want to see if I can break open. I want to see if I can break open one more relic. If I don't, Brutal, then I'll just back out and I'll let you join in, to break some relics and stuff. Because all I'm really doing right now is just trying to get the neuroptics. Oh damn! I thought I had my secondary out. But yeah, I don't mind. I'm just trying to get the neuroptics, but the very last thing I want to get is the actual blueprint itself for Garuda Prime. So I mean, I did have the N20 relic, but I mean that's probably going to be the easiest one to get because it's a common for Neo N20. But I really do need to farm that. Hopefully these guys won't. Hopefully these guys will let us get the reactant first before they start finishing off the drill or the excavator. But yeah.
So I'm gonna wrap up this one last part, and then I'm gonna duck out for the night.
All
but
right. Yeah. I was gonna play for a little bit longer. I mean, I might play again tomorrow because I'm off tomorrow as well, and I'm off since I was off today.
We need another power cell for the
oh shoot, we can link back up tomorrow too if you want.
Sure.
Just shoot shit, but
Yeah.
excavator
so
destroyed.
the King of the Duro sends members of his royal guard to investigate Mirak touching down on the planet, and it has the unintended effect of bringing Mirak directly to his doorstep. And Mirak walks into the throne room. He's like, "Are you the guy that's been trying to kill me since I got here?" Like, and King has his whole, he's doing his whole chest puffing thing because he's the most badass Duro on the planet. He's like, so I came here in search of power, and I'm guessing they're your guards. They showed me you guys know how to shapeshift. I mean, I can shapeshift a little bit myself, but not like y'all do. Y'all have like elemental abilities and stuff. Can you teach me that? And the king is genuinely offended. He's like,
We need another power cell for
who are you, and who are you to ask for my people's most sacred secrets?
finish your mission to
I
find
will
out what
kill you for your insolence. He's like, just don't do that. I'm asking you nicely to just teach me how to do what you do, because I don't want to kill anybody else. Like, I'm genuinely not trying to kill anybody else right now.
Look what we just uncovered.
The king calls for his guards, and as he calls for his guards, all of their heads roll off of their shoulders. And Merrick was like, I told you, I'm not trying to kill anybody. So just tell me what I want to know, and I'll get out of your hair. Like, I kind of already know how to kind of do it, but I'm fairly certain that there's more to it than what I already know. So help me out. You can keep you can keep your head. You can continue doing your thing, and I will be out of your way. Obviously, that doesn't go over too well with the king, and the king basically uses his his roar to call most of the elite Duros into the throne room to fight Mirak. And you know, he is fighting them for a couple of hours because there are a lot of them coming. Like, they just keep coming. He keeps taking them out and they just keep showing up. And he gets irritated.
All right.
So he uses a technique that he had been working on but hadn't like fully perfected just yet, and cloaks half of the planet in umbral energy, and then
We've got robots inbound.
like in an umbral energy dome, right?
Okay.
And then collapses it on himself. So I guess the best way I can describe what it looks like, or what it would look like, is what Doflamingo did to Dressrosa with the whole birdcage thing. So he does that, blankets half of the planet in that particular attack, and then pulls it in
Reactant is working on your
to
Find more.
you know, dragging every Duro within that dome to his person and crushing them under gravity. So
Damn.
yeah, because he was irritated. Like, he'd been fighting for like basically 2 hours straight at that point, and it was just, he had had enough. So it was like, I'm like you won't stand down, and they're just gonna keep listening to you. So I'm gonna make this easy for everybody. Just almighty push. You know? And that expenditure of power catches the attention of the Sagir High Council, and that leads him to he's on Sugaire, the Sagir homeworld, for about a month after that point, trying to get to the Sagir High Council, because you know, their magic is different from Eonon magic, and so it is, again, knowledge that Mirak does not have, so he now wants it.
The relic has been cracked open. Finish the
And
mission to find out what's inside.
you know, Sagir are significantly more durable than the Duro. They're thicker, they're hardier, so it took longer to fight through them. And then on top of that, Sagir make their homes in like this extremely hostile jungle. The jungle itself is alive, and so the jungle was stalling Mirak. It kept pushing him away from where he was trying to get to, because the forest itself is kind of codependent on the Sagir being alive and using their magic and doing the things that they do. So it's just a part of their circle of life that this forest protects them and they protect the forest. So him making it to the High Council against literally the planet, fighting like the planet is literally trying to keep him away from them, on top of armies like regularly just intercepting him because he's been delayed, or he's easily trackable, or because the forest has made a clear path to him for them but obstructed the path from Mirak himself. He gets to the High Council and they crack open a forbidden spell and use it to destroy Mirak. The first time he dies, that is the first time he dies, is in front of the Sagir High Council. And
yeah,
so he's killed, but and I feel so very, very bad that I didn't cover this before. Eonon, almost all of them have a type of immortality. Well, actually, all of them have a type of immortality. The most common type is just long life. You will not die from natural causes, but you can still be killed or poisoned. But like old age is not a thing for Eonon. It's just not a thing.
Yeah.
And then there are 7 other immortality types.
If you want to join
Type
Brutal, you can
2s.
just jump in.
Type 2s are Highlanders. They have to be beheaded in order to die. Anything short of that will not kill them. Type 3s, I'm drawing a blank on type 3, but type 4 is major organ failure. And by major organ failure, Eonon have 2 hearts, so you have to strike both hearts and the brain with a fatal blow within 5 seconds of one another. Otherwise, the other 2 major organs will compensate for the lost workflow, and it'll be in a diminished capacity, but that duster would survive. No, I'm sorry, that's type 3. So type 3 is major organ failure. No, yeah, type 4 is major organ failure. They are dusters. And then 5, 6, 7 are 5, 6, and 7 are known as runners because there is no permadeath for them. Type 5s are known as eternal runners, meaning they will only die, they won't die from old age, but if you kill them any other way, depending on the severity of that death, their body will reconstitute itself in whatever place their soul feels most grounded.
Okay.
Their soul will return to its quote-unquote home and then start to rebuild the body. Type 6s are Highland runners. They have to be beheaded, and then same as, depending on what happens to the rest of their body when they are beheaded, the body has to reconstitute and so on and so forth. Type 7s, which is what Miraak is, are called dust runners. And similar to dusters, like type 4s, they have to be, their major organs, both major and minor heart, as well as the brain, have to be fatally damaged within 2 seconds of one another. Otherwise, the healing factor, the healing abilities the natural healing abilities will kick in, and the body will just compensate.
Yeah.
And then type 8s just cannot die. No one knows how to kill them. There are 3 of them. There are only 3 of them. One of them is an old man from who is pushing who's pushing 20,000.
Yeah.
The prince and a 2-year-old that is born well after Miraak comes back from his interstellar, like his interplanetary travels.
Yeah.
But Miraak respects the first type 8, tolerates the second, and kind of mentors the third.
Yeah.
So when the Sagir High Council kills him for the first time, his soul returns to the crypt, and that's where he reconstitutes himself. And he decides that he does not have the technique necessary to deal with the Sagir High Council, because that's 50 extremely high level mages working in concert. He's good, but that's a stretch. Like, at least by himself, that is a major stretch to accomplish, and so he puts that on a shelf for a later date. And I still haven't sent him back there, because that's just, if he is able to surmount or to overcome the Sagir High Council, then there are very few things in the star system that would deter. Like, I mean, there's already not much that deters him in the star system, but if he was able to take them down, I could not justify him not cutting a swath through the entire fucking star system.
Yeah, absolutely.
So he travels a bit more, and because he now knows that there are things out there that can actually kill him, he's a tad bit more cautious, but he's still trying to amass power. And he then reaches the Holly homeworld, which is one of the other species that was created by his gods.
Yep.
And they teach him the power of resurrection. But because he and his soul are mired in so much death, it corrupts the technique as he's learning it. So he can resurrect people, but he can only resurrect people that he himself has killed. And when he resurrects them, their inhibitions do not come back with them. So
it's like a blank slate, basically.
Right. A hyper-aggressive blank slate, but yes, a blank slate. All of the things, like, the voice in your head that tells you don't do that because that's bad, or you wouldn't like it if somebody did that to you, those voices do not exist in people that Miraak has resurrected. They just don't. And that's the effect of that. That's the corruption effect that he had on that technique as he was learning it, because he didn't inherit it the way that he had learned all of his other abilities, because they don't come directly from Eonon. It's not just a passive thing for him to learn alien techniques. Okay. He can learn them. It just takes more effort than it would for him to siphon or copy an ability from one of his own people.
Okay.
So when he was learning the energy manipulation or the energy flow process and pattern for resurrection, there's a portion of it that requires soul energy to activate, and because there's so much blood on his soul, so much aggression in his heart, that has overridden the purity or the natural goodness of the people that he's killed. It's very much like Miraak is Hades. He becomes a lord of death at that point, because he can bring the dead back to life, but they are corrupted dead. And they still have whatever abilities that they had in life. They still have their mind. They have their own will. It's just that the ability to suppress bad habits or bad thoughts is all but non-existent. So him learning how to resurrect people brings him no closer to his original goal of reviving his wife because he did not kill her. And when that revelation is made, his desire to travel is severely diminished, because now, as far as he knows, the only way that he can bring his wife back is by finding his sister. So that's what brings him back to his home world. And instead of going back to, you know, where he was born, or going back to the League of Nations, which is, you know, what he had known for his entire life before that exodus, he wipes 3 random nations. Like, he wipes three nations on another continent off the map and makes his own country in their wreckage.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's... You just eliminated an entire... Eliminated everybody from the city and built it all on top of them.
Right. And because he killed them himself, he resurrects all of them and turns them into his civil, like, and he's like, you're safe so long as you stay in these borders and follow these rules. You work for me, and he basically makes a mercenary nation of undead soldiers. If they die in the field, he can just bring them back because he killed them originally. It's just, it takes a little bit of his personal reserve of energy to resurrect them and keep them alive. But once they die, it's like, oh, that energy's back. I guess I'll just spend it again. Here you go. Come on. Just got work to do. Let's finish the job. Yeah, so Miraak is I'm trying to find a justifiable comparison for the persona that he adapts when he comes back. And the closest parallel that I can, or rather the closest comparison that I can make is John Wick. John Wick Superman. It's like you combine Silver Age Superman, like the Superman that just came up with powers whenever he needed them. Silver Age Superman with John Wick's personality. That's Miraak in a nutshell. It's like, he's badass, but if he decides that you're worth his protection, there's really nothing that will keep him from protecting you or keeping you safe from you. If he decides that you're on his bad side or you're on his shit list, there are very few things that you can do to prevent him from coming for you. So yeah, my MC goes from being a little blind kid growing up in Sparta to the literal boogeyman of several races, of several species in a star system. Like, he is there are tales told to children and just, you know, general anecdotes floating around the planet and League Nations about how to conduct yourself in Miraak's presence, because he has a very specific code. A very specific code. He will not fuck with you if you do not violate that code. But he does not share what that code is regularly. It's just people that have learned from the mistakes of other people that share the stories of what they've seen him do, that gives people an idea of what not to do around him. The biggest thing is not to thank him if he saves you, because if he deigns to spend the time to thank you, like not to thank you, to save you. It's not because you can give him anything. It's not because he wants anything from you. It's just a whim that he had. He decided to save you. If you thank him, he will punish you for it. And the example that I, crafted to drive that particular narrative home, during the destroying of nations, like during the building of Simtiru, which is his kingdom, he was literally walking the countryside, and this little kid was out on their playset, like swinging outside of their house when their parents and family were inside, and the house catches fire. Like, it kind of bursts into flames. Like, I haven't decided if it's because the kid had manifested a pyro ability and didn't know what they were doing, or if it was something else that happened inside of the house. But the house goes up in flames, and the kid tries to run into the house to save their family. So Miraak tells the kid, stay out here, give me a minute. He walks into the house through the fire and everything, and he finds the kid's family cowered in a corner. Like, they're cowering in a corner, just watching the flames creep up on them. And the dad is kind of shielding his wife and his other 3 children from the flames, but he's not trying to find a way out. And so Miraak grabs them up and teleports outside next to this kid, and the man says, like he's like, oh, thank you, you saved my family, I am forever in your debt. And Miraak said, and the little kid looks up at him and says, yeah, thank you, mister. So Miraak looks to the little kid and says, or rather, he looks to the man and says, don't thank me. You do not deserve the family that you have sired. When your child was willing to brave something that you would not even face yourself. And then he turns to the little kid and he says, if you ever desire revenge, seek me out, and walks away. The kid is like confused for a second, and then turns to hug her father, and her father's head rolls off of his shoulders, mom's head rolls off of her shoulders, and her siblings' heads roll off their shoulders.
Wow, that was messed up.
Yes, I understand. She eventually becomes one of his generals, not by choice, but because she actually she let vengeance, she wanted vengeance, she wanted her revenge, and so she trained and she trained and she trained, and she tried to learn as much as she could about who it was that killed her family, and she tracks him down about 10 years later, challenges him, and he gives her the same spiel, the same deal that he gives everybody who challenges him. He's like, okay, you set the terms of the conflict, and if you best me, you can work for me. If not, you die. She failed. She couldn't beat him, because she outright refused to give him any terms, any conditions. She was like, I'm gonna beat you, and I'm gonna do it at your strongest, because she thought that all of the things that she had heard about him had to be myth, even though she's personally interacted with him before. She had never seen the extent of his power. She just she knows that he killed her family. And
Yeah.
so she's just like, I'm gonna take this out your ass. And he's like, if you want to be reunited with your family, then you're welcome to try. Like, so he bests her, and then resurrects her and sends her to where he has put her family up, because he killed her family. He killed her family, but he also put them in a very nice home after he resurrected them as his subjects. So, it's kind of like a backhanded lesson, like it, and it's not like the cleanest lesson. There's not even really a moral to the lesson. It's just, don't thank me. If I dare to save you, don't thank me. That's really just all it is. And because later on, later on, he finds out that his fiance had given birth while he was deployed, and he has 3 kids. His daughter was raised on the mountain that he grew up on. His sons were raised by his father-in-law, and his daughter inherited his ability to resurrect. Like, as soon as he learned it, she learned it as well. But the difference between her resurrection and his resurrection is that hers is true resurrection, meaning that there is no loss of personality, no loss of kindness, goodness, or any of that. Like, you are brought back as you were when Miraak killed you. And the way that he picks up on her existence is when he goes to try and resurrect somebody that he has resurrected before, but their energy signature is missing from his soul prison. So he's like, and so once he notices that one spirit is missing, he starts to take inventory of the soul cell, and finds out, and realizes that several dozen individuals are missing from their proverbial cells, and that's what spurs him to go looking for and find his daughter. And it's there's a whole lot. It's a lot, but that is it's like the first 4 or 5 arcs of his story.
Hang on one quick second. Hey, Brutal, could you fix your mic, man? It's starting to screw up a whole lot. I can hear everything.
But that is gonna do it for me tonight, bro. I gotta get to bed, get some rest, because I got stuff to do this week. But it was a pleasure talking with you. I appreciate you hearing me out, because I really did just dominate the last hour and a half.
Yeah, he likes the story.
Nice, thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, he heard everything. I have this chat cable that allows me to, let them hear our conversations over Discord and everything, because, sometimes stuff like that is difficult to do.
Yeah, I was trying to see if I could do that, and also run on my PlayStation, but it wasn't working for me as well as I was hoping it would. But I'll see if I can do something about that in the coming week, so that way I can actually stream and talk about this stuff too. But I appreciate you, man.
It's not a problem.
Anytime, man. I will gladly hop in and chop it up with you.
Sure.
But till next time, stay safe, stay blessed. Have a wonderful evening, my friend.
You too as well, so have a good one, yo. Alright. So there's that. Alright, back to this. Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah. Hang on one quick second.
We need another power cell for the excavator.
Oh. Alright, that should do it. Yeah, I had a split cable. I had the Elgato chat link cable.
Excavation complete.
Yeah.
Look what we found.
Yeah. Yeah, the reason I had it was so, you know, I could, you know, send my voice to and from Discord, so, you know, they could, so, you know, people can hear my chat on stream and stuff. And everybody on Discord. Yeah. 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 Yeah, I actually did like it. Yep. Yeah, we were just... Yeah. Yeah. Oh. Yeah.
Excavator deployed. Protect the unit while it extracts the artifact. The scanner has picked up a target. Go to the dig site.
Yeah, I thought about, you know, doing this to, you know, YouTube and stuff like that because, you know, I mean, I did a while back when I used to stream straight from PS. I think it was PS. Was it PS? Yeah, it was PS4. The first few streams I did was of No Man's Sky, and after that I did what was it I did? Oh yeah, I did Darius vs. Chronicle Saviors. Yeah. Yeah, I was doing a sort of, you know, mixed chat thing where, you know, we don't got to be playing the same game to chat and stuff like that because, you know, I think that's mostly because, you know, people think it's sort of like a wall or something. It makes it difficult for... Yeah. Yeah. And I think that's what mostly divides people is because, you know, if you're playing the same... I mean, I understand if you're playing the same game and it requires communication, that's fine. But, you know, if you're doing your own thing, like me, I'm playing Warframe, somebody else could be playing, you know, Elden Ring, or somebody after that could be playing, you know, Elder Scrolls, or anything else, it's fine. Yeah, I think that's... Yeah.
The excavator
Yeah.
has lost power. Find another cell.
Yeah. Personally, I think it's a lot better to, you know, fix that by, you know, just doing just a chill stream, just talking about life, talking about, you know, what's been going on, what you got going on. Like right now, yeah, like right now, the videos that I posted up so far of pretty much of all the frames that I got in the game. And I'm planning to do Geyer when she comes out the 27th of this month. Yeah. 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 'Cause I know I was playing, you know, this, and the other guy, he was playing a Division. But yeah, I have been doing a bunch of videos on for the individual warframes in the game. I mean, if you want, you could give them a look to see which warframe you know you like best, because the way I do well, they're part of my 20-minute survival series where, you know, I mean, I'm not doing Steel Path or anything like that, because a lot of people be asking, you know, why don't you do Steel Path? The primary reason why is because I just want to showcase the warframe abilities under a 20-minute, you know, under a 20-minute duration. Because the last thing somebody needs is to have somebody do, you know, play for, you know, 4 hours straight on, you know, one mission, which is absolutely boring, because I duck out after, you know, 30 minutes to about an hour, unless it's something that changes every single time. Yeah. So the reason I did those survivals is so I could show off, you know, how the warframe is, what type of abilities they do, how to best, you know, gear for them. Because I know I did one for Limbo, you know, in case you want to take a look at that. And I know for him I put, you know, duration and stuff, because of course duration is much better for him due to the fact that yeah, his abilities all have, you know, it's duration based. But as I said, yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Excavator deployed. Protect the unit while it extracts the artifact. The scanner has picked up a target. Go to the dig site. Excavator is ready to go. Keep it powered and protected from enemy fire.
Yeah, because this is pretty much my main game. I play it too much, honestly. And the one thing yeah, I have been wanting to play some Phantasy Star Online too, because, well, it's been a minute. I wanted to play the base Phantasy Star Online too, not New Game Genesis, because, you know, New Game Genesis is alright, but I had more fun playing just the standard version.
The excavator has run out of power. Find a
Yeah. Yeah, it felt like there was something, you know, that I just, you know, I didn't really like about it at first. I mean, yeah, it started off like any normal open world generic MMO style game, like where you first start, you know, they get you used to, you know, some of the stuff in there. Because it reminded me way too much about any generic MMO. You have the starting area, then the starting area gets well, the supposed starting area gets destroyed, and then you know you actually venture out and you get to the actual starting area and stuff like that. Plus, things on that seem way too slow. Like, it's more gear dependent. Yeah. Yeah, I just had to expect, you know, a bit better from it.
Your hard work has just been rewarded.
Yeah. I might crack up. Yeah. 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 Yeah, it felt absolutely underwhelming. Nah, I was looking for the I was looking for Garuda Prime Neuroptics. Oh yeah, I didn't get it. I'll do one more and then I'm gonna, you know, I'm gonna call it for tonight because I'm starting to get tired. Sure.
Excavator deployed. Protect the unit while it extracts the artifact.
Yeah.
An artifact has been located. Proceed to the dig
My favorite
site.
Warframe? I have this, well, it's usually a toss-up. I like, but lately I've been playing, I like Gauss. And I also like Enos. I like... Yeah. Yeah. I remember Mag used to be one of my favorite Warframes when I first started playing the game. Yeah.
We need another power cell for the excavator. Excavator destroyed. Protect the remaining dig sites.
Yeah.
Excavator is ready to go.
Yeah, my
Unit power to
my
the
original
project from
end time was going to have been around 12 o'clock, but I wound up going further than that.
has been located. Proceed to the dig site.
Yeah. Sure thing. Yeah, if you ever do get the chance, if there's a frame that you're interested in or want to know how to play as them, be sure to check out one of my videos. Because I do them, you know, every week, every Friday. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I was gonna redo it because, you know, that was just something that I did at the beginning of the year, just something just to test to see how well I could do something like that. I was gonna redo them. Well, I was thinking about redoing them, cause I know some of my information is, you know, kind of spotty and everything. So I know some stuff, you know, I've been stumbling over. Yeah, that. Yeah, that. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was going to do, because I know some of it. Yeah, that's one of the primary reasons why I wanted to do it, because some of it is out of date, some of it needs to be updated. Like the whole thing, like all the information that I doled out so far, that was all pre-Sisters of Parvos. That's the reason why the stuff was. Yeah, all that came out before Sisters of Parvos did. That's why when I said that when you fight the Kuva Liches, you'll have a bit of a harder time, you know, early on, because you gotta collect so many murmurs. But since Sisters of Parvos came out, you don't gotta collect too many. Yeah. But yeah. Since your friend is first starting out, you can have him take a look at, because I did videos for the three starting frames, you know, Mag, Mag, Excalibur, and Volt. The starter mods. For Volt, I would say, well, if you tend to use Duration is best for his speed boost. For his, yeah. 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 Yeah, another way you can double check and see exactly which way you want to build him. I mean, it works also for, you know, the weapons in the game. Is to take everything off of Volt itself and check his stats to see exactly which way you want to, you know, build him. Because one thing a lot of players don't do is they don't check the base stats of the actual frame itself. Like for example, some people, like a lot of people who try to gear Inaros, they try to gear him for, you know, shields and stuff, but he doesn't use shields. I mean, you can still gear him for Vigor, because you'll get the health bonus, but you don't have to worry about the shield bonus. But for Volt, it would be a little bit different, because I know, yeah, he's mainly DPS, so you definitely want to go power. Let me see, I'm thinking if range could work. I mean, range could work, but range doesn't really affect his shield, which you can shoot through. So if anything, I'd say duration and power is what you want to go for. I mean, if you do, I mean, nothing's barring you from doing, you know, range build for Volt, because believe it or not, a lot of his power comes from his passive, which he generates whenever he's grounded. Yeah. 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 So you probably had yours around the time they yeah. Yeah, yours was probably around just before the Sisters of Parvos update. This was around when Railjack was probably a thing. Yeah, Railjack was definitely a thing. But if it was before. Oh yeah. Then the last frame you probably knew about was probably Gauss, because I know Savagoth came. Yeah, because Savagoth came when of Call of the Tempest Starry, and then Call of the Tempest Starry, then Sisters of Parvos, then the New War. Yeah. Let me see. Let me go down to Vault, because I got both his regular and his prime. Because I gotta see how I modded him. Well, I mostly focused on just Volt Prime. Let me see. For him, I did I did straight strength, and I did do range, but I did range more for his first ability, because his first ability ranges I obviously did. Well, yeah, I didn't really do duration because, you know, speed is fine, but that's only if you're. Yeah, it doesn't do as well unless you have, you know, enough mods on it. Obviously, obviously Electric Shield doesn't. Well, Electric Shield is okay, but the distance per energy it really isn't all that great. But his discharge is where you actually want the range from. But yeah, I just went straight strength and range. I mean, I took a hit to duration and efficiency, but again, I offset it with, you know, prime flow, which, you know, gave me 750 energy, so I won't have to, you know. Well, another thing you can do is if you do strength and range and you sacrifice duration and efficiency, you want to make up for it by giving yourself extra energy, because naturally, the lower your efficiency is, the more your abilities cost, and you want to offset that by having a lot more energy than you need. And the opposite happens if you don't go straight strength and if you don't go straight strength and range, but you want to do duration and efficiency. You want to give yourself less energy, but you want to give yourself, you know, more duration. You want your abilities to last longer. Octavia is guilty of that, since all her abilities is all duration based, so you want to give her max duration. Efficiency, well, it can go either way. You can go range and strength, or you can go duration and strength, efficiency, strength, stuff like that. But again, it really all depends on which type of build you're going for, because the only time duration is actually worth on him is only for electric shield and speed. So you can have builds for speed and electric shield, or you can have it for shock and discharge. But again, all his abilities all revolve around his passive ability, which, you know, has him build up, you know, build up this damage multiplier, and when it builds up to pretty much max, you're doing a ton more damage. Yeah. So it's into the void, now me girls and me boys, from mother's hands we go. Yeah. We'll be sailing to the sun till the voyage is done, then we'll be sleeping in the cold below. Yeah. Sisters below, we're going where the winds don't blow. Well, this is stuff that I just, you know, got just during, you know, my regular playthrough. But these two mods that I got right here, these are called corrupted mods. You get those from doing the corrupted vaults on Deimos. At first, I mean, since you haven't played since then, there used to be actually, let me show you on the map real quick. At first on the map, there was an area all the way over here. that area no longer exists. That area is just converted up over to Deimos. That was where you had, you know, corrupted survival, corrupted defense, stuff like that. Yeah, there was a place all the way over here. It was called the Orokin Derelict. Yeah, the Orokin. Yeah, the actual Orokin Derelict used to exist, but it all transferred to Deimos. But the thing is, in order to get to vaults and stuff on Deimos, you have to get these items called Dragon Keys, which are these right here. I forget how you get them. I think you get them from the market. Yeah. Oh yeah. You want to do a run through? I'll do a run through with you. You know, just so you can, you know, understand what you need to do. Let me see. Where is he at? Here he is. You have to make them. You have to use a combination of the the void treasures that we got on the void fissure missions. You know the void traces that we got from the void fissure missions. You know, yeah, they look like little wisps. Yeah, those. You need 10 of those, and you need 250 ferrite in order to make one key. Yeah, once. Okay. All right, just give me one quick second. Yeah, I don't even know why I still got the Fomorian Disruptor. That's for a special event. Let's see, where the heck is it? Don't I have a key? I have another one. Oh yeah, Hobble Dragon key. Alright. And oh yeah, in order to use these keys, they gotta be equipped into your gear wheel. I mean, the reason I use all four is so if I do go into the vault, I'm guaranteed to, you know, do so. But the downside is that all these keys really screw up your whole, they screw things up in the frame itself. See, yeah, we're gonna do. It messes it up because it does this thing where these keys gives debuffs based on which key you have equipped. Like the Hobble Dragon key reduces your speed. I forget. Yeah, the other keys will reduce the amount of health you have. The other one will reduce the amount of shields you have. Yeah, they add debuffs, so that's obviously the whole, you know, trade-off, so to speak. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'm basically forcing debuffs on myself so I can open one of the keys. So I can open one of the locks towards, you know, the keys in the vault. We call them corrupted vaults because that's exactly what they are. Yeah. The other set of missions we can do is nightmare missions. You'll get these nightmare mods that have, you know, actually have really powerful bonuses. They could do stuff such as give you damage bonuses for it could probably give you 60% damage, 50% cold damage, and it'll give you increased reload speed or some stuff like that. But what we're doing right now is we're looking for a vault, so to speak. I mean, they're not going to be in areas like this. They're going to be, you know, in wide open areas that you normally are at. And since this is an extermination, we can check. Yeah, since this is an extermination, we can check every nook and cranny. Plus, the vaults themselves are pretty obvious when you see them.
I'm still detecting a lot of infestation
Yeah.
activity.
Ah, here it is. It's right here. Like, oops, didn't mean to do that. Right here. Yeah. Yeah, like you see where my marker is? Yeah, that's the door right there. All right.
You've opened an Orokin vault.
Yep. Oh, all right. We collected the artifact. Now all we gotta do is just, you know, finish the mission, and you'll get a gold mod.
Vault artifact acquired. You'll need to extract before we can verify
And the thing is,
extraction.
different things happen when you pick up the key itself. Like you'll depending, you'll like right now, since we picked up the vault key, it spawned a bunch of these the Orokin basically. Nah. As long as one of us picks it up, it's instance. When you pick it up for yourself. So if you pick it up, it doesn't not spawn for me. I can pick it up as well. So yeah. There should be dragon keys in the marketplace. I have to double check because I forget. I had these keys for a while and I never really used them until yeah. Huh. They would have been actually, as a matter of fact, after this I want to check to see oh yeah, one thing you can do is check if you ever get the chance to check the Warframe wiki, that has a ton of, believe it or not, that's where I got all my information from. Yeah, yeah. Oh. Yeah, I don't think you looked up on actual true to life Warframe wiki. That's how a bunch of the stuff that I got them. That's how I found out how to do certain missions to get the relics and stuff. Cause I know for me to get the N20 relics, I have to do specific missions. But the missions that I wanted to do was ones that would let me get the relics, during all the rotations, because it's difficult to do it just for one, because the rotations in this game is kind of wonky. They don't really explain it to you, so I had to look it up. And rotations, depending on the endless missions, would go A, B, and then C, and then back to A, B, C again. Yeah, that's what we in Warframe call a full rotation. Yeah. 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 I heard about it before it came out. Well, yeah, I heard about it before, but I never really looked it up until about a week before Destiny first came out. Yeah. Yeah.
The enemy is broken. Well done. Now get to extraction.
Alright, we can get out of here. It's not necessary for us to be sticking around here. And we can get you that relic. Yep. Yep. Yeah.
Another job
Yeah,
well
absolutely.
executed.
Oh yeah, and that frail momentum. Yeah, that's a. Gotcha. So yeah, that. What type of mod did you get? Cause I know I got frail momentum. It's a gold mod. Frail momentum. Yeah. That's a corrupted mod. Yeah. The reason those are obviously the reason they're called corrupted is because they increase one stat exponentially, but it offsets the other. Yeah, it offsets the other stat altogether. Let me see. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so the website you want to go to is warframe.fandom.com. That's the one you want to go to. Yeah, that has a ton of information on there. So consult that if you ever want to get, get updated on, specific stuff. Let me see. I'm just trying to look up to see where the it's under. It should be under equipment.
Will you begin another mission?
Yeah, they're under. Oh yeah. Do you have a dojo? Because that's the only way you can get the actual dragon keys from. Yeah. As a matter of fact, I think I can invite you to mine, I believe. Yeah, we're gonna go to the Orican lab. Huh. That's weird. That's weird. You know what? Let me see if I can invite you. Let me leave the squad real quick and see if I can invite you straight to the dojo. 'Cause I should be able to.
Today we sail on the solar rail, for there's much we just don't know.
Yeah. Because I could show you which console it's at. Let me see. Fast travel. Alright, let me see if I can invite you. Oh, that's weird. Probably gotta do it from the main menu. Alright, it should bring you here. So the first thing you're going to want to do is head to fast travel and go to Orican Lab. Yeah. 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 It's called Orican Lab. Yeah. Yeah, this console right here. Yeah, this console right here is where you would be getting the the dragon keys from. But I don't think. Yeah. I don't know if you. Yeah, I don't know if it'll let you replicate the blueprint or not. Yeah, yep, I had a feeling. Hmm. Actually, let me see real quick. Uh, as a matter of fact, let me see if I can invite you. Because we're actually pretty good. Yeah, because these guys are good people. Oh, oh, it won't let me. We had to build a storm barracks to decrease it to 100. Yeah. Yes. I think we only got, I don't know. I think there's only 10 of us. Yeah, we're a ghost clan, so there will only have to be 10 of us. Yeah, I don't know if they intend to expand. Yeah. 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 I don't know. I don't know if these guys are intended to expand the clan. I'm not 100% sure. But it felt like they could have, but I don't think they are. Because yeah, the last clan I was in was my personal clan, but that's pretty much it. I mean, it was my own personal clan, but nobody really didn't join. Yeah. Mhm. Yeah. Yeah. But if you ever do intend to, well, I believe I believe you can do this by yourself. I believe all you have to do is just build. I forget how much you need to in order to build this room, cause it's been a while. But yeah, I forget how much. Yeah, I think it does. If you have a lot of excess items that you really don't mind getting rid of, you can definitely build a few. You can definitely build a few rooms, and you can build this area, the Orokin Lab, and you can get yourself those dragon keys. Yeah. Let me see. I think I could do one. You never did a nightmare mission before, have you? Yeah. Nightmare missions are basically they're like standard missions, except they have like a mutator or something. So they would have different stuff like like for example, vampire mode, your energy will constantly, your health will constantly, go down, and in order to refill it, you have to kill enemies, stuff like that. There's one called Death Detonation mode, where enemies explode and they deal damage to you if they get too close. Another one is I think like an energy drain, where your energy is just constantly drained and stuff, and you can barely use your abilities and stuff, and you gotta go through the whole mission and stuff like that. I was just checking to see, just so just in case. Well, pretty much just in case you haven't did it or anything like that. Yeah, I'm thinking I'm just gonna call it for the night.
Sisters below, below, we're going where the winds don't blow. Yes, we're all bound down to the deep, and we'll all be sleeping in the cold below.
Yeah, because judging by your build and everything. Oh crap. Yeah, judging by your build and everything, I would say that let me see. If you haven't did anything, well, if you haven't did much of anything yet, I would say try to do some of the story missions in Warframe to so you can get some of the other frames that are that you can get from the quest and stuff. I know you can get Inaros from doing Sands of Inaros quest line, but still, try to do the just look up warframe.fandom.com. That's the site that you would go to in order to get a lot of the stuff. Like, I pretty much did everything in this game, including the new war. And we're going to get the Angels of Zariman when it comes out on the 27th. But yeah, any information that you have, just be sure to just check that out. Trust me, I get all my information from that. Okay, Brutal. It's been nice playing with you, man. And also to everybody else, appreciate you guys for stopping by. As usual, you, Brutal, C, everybody else, appreciate you guys for stopping by, including you, Jabari. And I was thinking the next time, maybe I could do yeah. I was thinking about, yeah, if this does, if this does, become, a bit better, I'll do more, just chill streams and stuff like that. But yeah, appreciate you guys for stopping by, and I'll catch you guys later.